are live on YouTube right now, so thank you guys for joining me. And today is actually, I have a special guest with me. I know his schedule is, tight, is busy, everything like that. I want to thank him for hopping on, and actually let me give a brief introduction of how I pretty much got involved with him. I've been following, I followed Tai Lopez for a while, and then Tai Lopez actually led me to Roger's, I don't want to call him his boss, but Roger's business partner, Anthony Morrison.
This is my boss. I'm not allowed to say anything otherwise. That's what the contract says.
All right. So, his boss then. So, and I interviewed his boss, actually, Anthony, probably almost a year ago now. It was back in April. And that was a pretty hard interview to book as well. But I ended up seeing him in Miami and all that stuff. And then we set up an interview, which you guys can check it out. If you're watching this on YouTube, probably what I'm going to do is actually take this content, this video, and I actually re-upload it to YouTube. So it should be in one of these links up here in the comments. So in one of these sides, you can actually see the interview with Anthony. But actually, I have Roger right now. And how I was introduced to Roger, I don't know exactly he can get into this, but I know Anthony hired Roger at some point. And Roger actually took over a program which you guys need to check out. It's called Partner with Anthony, where you can pretty much copy and paste Anthony's business model, and you can start your own business model. So if you're interested into, if you want to start a business, especially an online business it's at a minimal price. I'm so surprised at all the value that they give in this program. But anyway, actually, Anthony pretty much hired Roger. I don't know necessarily if it was for him to take over PWA in the beginning, but that's actually what he's done. And he's pretty much revamped the program, and everything is actually, excellent. We'll get into that, a little bit into the, when we get into the interview. But so I want Roger to open up and just give his background, because we're really right now what he's doing is he's actually running ads, and he has ran ads on Facebook ads for some very successful entrepreneurs, big entrepreneurs, people who are big in the digital marketing realm in the world of, digital marketing online. He's ran ads for them, and now he's actually, a media buyer for Anthony Morrison. So actually, let's get into a little bit of your background. I know that you are actually a former preacher. You're a preacher. And I know there's a difference in between pastor and preacher, but so you are a preacher. So you mentioned to me that, as far as being a preacher, it actually helped you communicate better. Do you want to explain how that helped you communicate better?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, just the experience of getting up in front of people and having something that is prepared, but that you also have to, give your heart and soul into it and keep people engaged. That's really where I learned the basis of copywriting. But also something that we learned in preaching school was something that really Aristotle made popular with the Doors, where you have three major elements: the logos, the pathos, and the ethos. The logos is essential, and I'm going to break it to, so if anyone is really familiar with this, they're going to be like, that was way too simplified, but this is just for a couple of seconds here. I only have to share it. But the logos is basically the words that you say. The pathos is the emotion in which you're communicating it. And the ethos is the character of the person that's communicating it. So of the three, the most important is the ethos. The most important is the character of the person communicating it. And so when we write ads and when we shoot videos, the first thing we want to think through is just how is this person coming across? Do they seem trustworthy? Do they seem like the kind of person that we'd want to follow? The second is pathos, which is the way that they're communicating what they want to share. Are they dynamic? Are we emphasizing the things we want to emphasize, and then getting quiet through the stories and then building them up? And then finally, the logos, or just the words themselves, is learning what words are most effective. And that comes from researching your audience as much as possible and learning what's important to them, so that we could use the right words for them. So that's some things that I learned as a preacher, and have been applying in the marketing space.
That's a good point. You brought up some interesting topics there. I didn't know you were going to go deep. I didn't know we were going to have a Bob. But I mean, the thing is, even with everything's intertwined, together. I know you said you like talking a lot about theology, but you're going to have some type of spirituality, or you're going to have to mention spirituality in some aspect, in your business world, in your life in general. So, I know I don't necessarily want to get into, a theological, topic, but I mean, everything's related to spirit. Because I mean, even though, you think about different thoughts and everything, your thoughts are spiritual. You can't see them, you can't touch them, but your ideas and everything like that. So once you formulate those ideas into things that you can actually touch and see, like right now, this was an idea, Be Live. Actually, that's what we're streaming on right now. Right. Actually we're streaming on Be Live into YouTube, or through Be Live into YouTube, however you want to look at it. But both of those both of those platforms, both of those software companies, whatever you want to call them, they were actually a thought first. And now we're actually, pretty much presented, even though you can't necessarily, touch, YouTube or, Be Live. But I mean, the fact is, the reason why you're seeing it on the screen was something, that was taken from the spiritual realm or world or whatever you want to look at, and then it's pretty much put into the physical realm. But the thing is, a lot of people talk about where do I want to go? So did you have any type of formal education to run Facebook ads?
I do not have any formal education. Like I said when we were chatting, I went to school for ancient languages and theology and music composition because I wanted to study jazz and eventually wanted to write show tunes out in New York. But after I graduated, I was looking to kind of get into some ministry positions, couldn't really find anything. And a couple of, there's one company in particular, it was a publishing company. They sold books. And this was at a time when if you knew what a blog was, they would let you be their digital marketing specialist. So
around what year was that? What year?
Maybe this is 2012 or 13. So it's after blogging and stuff was popular, but still not quite. You have specialists in all the different areas now, whereas before it was just the digital world. You were in charge of the digital sphere. So they brought me on to basically just help them be more digital. So I did a lot of research and studying from there. And that's when I started to learn that Facebook ads were really beginning to take off. And they were a great way to generate leads and to bring more people into your fold so that you can continue marketing to them. So I began to build out sales pages. This is when ClickFunnels literally just came out. If anyone's familiar with ClickFunnels, it's a landing page software. It's super popular now, but at the time it had just come out, and I was like, oh, this seems like a great way to just build a sales page for books. So every book that I came across, I built sales pages for them. I built opt-in pages for them. I built lead magnets for them. I built ads to go along with them. And I just got a ton of experience doing that over and over and over again. And I was actually recognized for it. There was a national publishing conference that invited me to come out and speak on Facebook ads because no one was really doing this stuff at the time. So that's how I got my start in it, and it began to grow from there.
That's good. And actually, you've pretty much worked for some big clients, because obviously, there's going to be a lot of people, that are actually trying to have a side hustle, trying to start, a business. Everybody's trying to grow. So how in the world did you, actually, let's speak specifically for you, and then actually I'll cater the question to, I guess, people who are viewing him. But for you, how did you get in touch with, big names like, Sam Ovens and, Anthony Morrison, even Neil Patel? And let me be super clear and transparent with everybody that might be listening, because I know there's a lot of talk in your news feed. Probably you've probably seen ads about people saying how to land these whale of a clients with zero experience and how to run a 7-figure agency with these with a 2-page funnel or whatever. The way that I work with large clients is that I was able to attach myself with great agencies. I did not start off as an optimization director or an owner of my own agency. I worked as just a grinder for an awesome Facebook ads guy named Jason Horning, who had an agency at the time that was dealing with a lot of these high-level clients. And because of that, because I was willing to grind with them and just learn as much as I could,
I was able to work with some of the largest clients that you see in the digital marketing space. And from there, Jason promoted me to his director of optimization. And then from there, I worked with a girl named Emily Hirsch, an awesome media buyer, awesome agency owner, really cool person. So she's got a huge roster of clients as well. And then from there, once I was like, you know what, I don't think I want to be agency anymore. I would love to be in-house. I don't want to be a guru myself. You ain't going to see me out here with a course or anything like that. But I do love working with these guys. And so I decided to go in-house, and Anthony and Adrian had brought me on to that.
That's good. That's good. So pretty much what you're saying, I guess, for anybody else that actually wants to grow up, because, there's a lot of smaller agencies now that are actually growing. I'm pretty sure you got into it when you were, wasn't so big, the agency realm. And I guess, if somebody is, should they take, somebody's trying to grow, they're a freelancer actually trying to grow, work with major companies, big clients. So should they partner up with a major agency as you have done, in the past, or is there another route that you see individuals should take?
Yeah, thanks for letting me answer that, because there are several routes. There's no perfect answer to this. But here's what I can tell you is that buying a course from somebody for $5,000 to start and grow your own digital marketing agency, if you have no experience, these guys will sell you on, hey, you're going to close clients that'll pay you $10,000 a month, and they're going to be a breeze to work with, and you don't even have to have any experience or any case studies. I'm just going to teach you in my course. That's a fantasy. That's a pipe dream. That's not the real stuff right there. No matter where you are, you have to start small. So whether you are working at the bottom with agency, or you started an agency, but you're taking on smaller clients, and maybe they're not paying you $5K, $10K a month yet. Maybe they're not paying you anything, and you're building that experience. Maybe you're just going to a local business center. Maybe you have a friend. Hey, can I build a website for you and start running some ads and start getting some leads for you, and maybe you could pay me based on the leads that you get. All I'm trying to say is there are a lot of different ways that you could start small. So working for an agency is one of them. Taking on small local clients is another one. Working for not just an agency, but working as a digital marketing specialist is another route that you can go and learn a breadth of things. So let me give you an example. When I got, I was very fortunate that at the time, people were hiring just Facebook ad managers because no one really knew the world yet, and they would take someone who was an expert at Facebook ads. Well, that's great. But now a lot more people are learning it, and it's very valuable to learn YouTube ads. It's very valuable to understand how Google SEO works. It's better to have a wide variety or wide breadth of knowledge in digital marketing right now. So I would take whatever route allows you to learn as much as you can about the digital marketing space.
And as far as that, actually there is a program that we recommend. Actually, I mentioned it at the beginning. And I was actually just talking, I reached out to Roger. And that's one thing, about Roger. I mean, if you have, I guess, most people who are working with a big client, well, I won't say most, but I'll say some people who are working with, big clients, they really won't respond to you, because either they're busy or, they think that, they need to get a charge or whatever. But actually, Anthony has this training that pretty much it's on the training's every Thursday nights with Anthony. I mean, he does not miss. Probably within 5 years or so, he's only missed maybe 5 times. It might be less than that, but I know it's no more than 10. And he constantly shows up, but we get access to that training for, pretty much a minimal amount. And Roger and Anthony will not let anybody on his, he just doesn't let anybody come on the Success Connection. Now, maybe in the beginning days he did, but right now, he pretty much teaches every single week. He shows up every single week. And then it actually happened, this one week, it was like this guy named Roger comes on. It's like, who in the world is Roger? And then Anthony kind of introduced me. He was like, yeah, he's my media buyer, the guy that runs my Facebook ads. So, of course, I'm trying to figure out, where this guy Roger come from. He's working for Anthony, which Anthony puts a lot of money in ads. So Anthony's not necessarily going to let just anybody, run his ads. So obviously, Roger pretty much had to know what he was doing. He had to be a specialist, had to be an expert. So I reached out to him on Facebook, and he actually responded probably within maybe a few minutes or maybe, maybe a couple hours. But I know it was in the same day, and it was like, man, this is pretty cool. So I actually started asking him questions and stuff. And one of the questions that I asked him, because I love asking questions, that's one reason why I like doing interviews. So I asked him one question. I was like, hey, I'm running a partner with Andy, because Roger pretty much handles all of Anthony's ads. So pretty much all the programs and stuff Anthony has, which he has a lot of programs. And one of the programs, pretty much like I mentioned, partner with Anthony. It pretty much, I asked him, it was like, you're running Facebook ads for partnering with Anthony. I was like, what is your targeting? What's the targeting? What audience are you targeting? Everything like this. And he gave me the exact targeting that they were using for, I don't know exactly how much they're spending in ads, which you don't have to tell us. But, he gave me the exact targeting that they're using. I was like, wait a minute. It's like, this is what we're currently using. With most programs, if they're going to give you a targeting audience, more than I won't say it's saturated, which we can get into that too, because I asked him, about, the saturation of different markets and audiences and all that stuff. But I asked him, I was like, this is what y'all are currently using? And most people, no matter how much you pay for the program, they're going to give you something that they're not necessarily using because they're scared that it's going to be saturated. So when he told me that, I was like, wow, man, this is insane, which that's the value you get when you get into this program. And he talked about, just learning, just how to do things online. Partner with Anthony teaches you that. If you have no technical skills whatsoever, if you never even touched the computer, well, he won't get that. You got to know how to turn on the computer. I mean, come on, people. But I mean, if you don't know anything, about the Facebook platform, the market, or anything like that, partner with Anthony will actually show you how to set everything up, from building landing pages, from building sales pages, to setting up emails. I mean, we actually have email scripts that we can use, and they actually told us that we can take it, copy it, put it in our email sequences and send it to people. They'll show you how to collect leads. I mean, this program is insane. And then plus, even with Roger, he gave us another affiliate section. I'll actually show my screen here at the end of the interview where you guys can kind of see what you can get access to. But I mean, it's insane. So actually, Roger, let me ask you, how much time do you have? What time do you need to hop off here?
I got another 10 to 20.
You said who?
I got 10 to 20 minutes. Let me just make sure.
All right.
Yeah, I should be good. Yeah.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and get into some of the questions that we wanted to cover. So you said that the main purpose of running Facebook ads is not to make sales. So what is the main purpose of Facebook ads? Why would I run Facebook ads?
Yeah. Right. So now it's definitely a shorthand, headline-y, clickbaity way that I would phrase it, because I want people to understand that when you're running Facebook ads, if you are running at an insane profit, which by that I mean you put out an ad, you spent maybe $10 on the ad, and you generated $1,000. I'm just speaking hyperbolically right now, just exaggerating, right? Well, that may seem great, but what you really have, when Facebook ad buyers look at that, we look at a missed opportunity. We look at an opportunity that we could have really been scaling. The main purpose when we run Facebook ads is not to make a lot of money on the front end, not to make a lot of money from just putting out an ad and having them buy something, and then that difference is our profit margin, and that's what we live, breathe, and die on. In reality, the most important part about that ad is that we're generating a lead. Even somebody that's, so let me give you 2 examples. One, if you are giving a free gift in exchange for an email address, I would gladly run ads all day to get somebody through the door, give me their email address, so that I can sell products and offers that are relatable, awesome, things that I believe in through an email follow-up sequence. So the goal is not to get them to give me money immediately. It's to build a relationship. It's to get them to know, like, and trust me over time. So on those emails, I'm sending them offers. I'm taking them to my YouTube videos, like Mike's having you right now. He's probably sending an email to you guys letting you know about this, giving valuable content, and that builds a relationship. So they're going to be a long-term customer. Even if you're trying to sell something on the front end, hopefully you can make a profit from that. Hopefully you can at least break even on it. But the real value is once that person walks through the door, now you have a customer in your database. And that's somebody that you can really build a relationship with. They didn't just give an email. They gave you money. So this person has money, and this person is willing to spend money with you. So build a relationship, and then you can continue to show them valuable things to help them grow their business, whatever you're selling, valuable things to help them lose weight, valuable things to help them train their dog, whatever it is that you're selling. But the purpose of those ads, those YouTube ads, those Facebook ads, they're not to make money up front. They're not to make tons of sales up front. It's to get people through the door so that you can build a relationship with them. You know, you look at places like Comcast or AT&T, these service providers, it costs them so much more money to acquire a brand new customer than it does to massage and mature the existing relationship and to continue upselling people that are already in their database. So they will spend a ton of money. They will take a huge loss to acquire a customer because they value the relationship with that person over time more than that initial sale. So when you're doing Facebook ads and YouTube ads, it's the same thing. Yeah, you're acquiring customers. Don't be discouraged if you lost a little money up front, or you broke even, or you made a profit, but it's not going to pay your bills just yet. You have got yourself a valuable customer that you can sell to over and over again.
Yeah, that's actually, you know, that's a good point, because, you know, a lot of people do think about, you know, their ROI when they first initially run, you know, Facebook ads. And, you know, something that I learned from Anthony was the fact that, you know, you don't necessarily need to look at the front end sales, it's the back end sales, because that's how pretty much, you know, Anthony, you know, makes all of his, you know, a lot of his money, you know, the bulk of his money is by sending, you know, emails like that from Roger. And a lot of people necessarily won't tell you that, you know, you need to actually have, you know, pretty much they'll tell you, like Anthony talks about, you know, if you're running a, you know, if you're an Amazon affiliate or an affiliate for anything, even a ClickBank affiliate, most of the time you just take a link and you send it to people. But I mean, the thing is, if you're just doing that, then the people who are interested in what you have to offer, you're not collecting those leads. You don't know who they are. You'll never be able to get in contact with them again. Just like Roger said, you're going to have to spend more money to, you know, acquire a new customer. But, you know, I think they said what is like 6-to-1 or something. I don't know exactly the ratio. But like Roger said, you know, it does cost a ton of more money to get a new customer than you know, to, you know, market to the customer that you already have. So right. That's why a lot of people say, you know, focus specifically on the customers that you have and cultivate, you know, a relationship, you know, with them, which obviously, just like I said, probably with Anthony, you know, teaches everybody like that. And then, you know, teaches everybody those specifics, details, and, you know, what you need to do to successfully run an online business. Anybody can start an online business. I mean, yeah, you can take an affiliate link and, you know, post it, where, you know, send it to 1 million different people. That's technically, you know, if you're generating funds, profits, and all that stuff, you're pretty much got an online business. But you really don't have a system to, you know, cultivate your leads, to, you know, generate leads specifically, constantly, you know, anything like that. But I mean, you know, that's the thing, you know, as far as when you partnering or finding people who, in the beginning, Roger said, you know, you need to find somebody who is legit to, you know, follow, somebody that you know, like, and trust. And the thing is, you know, as far as Anthony, and even with Tai, because I went from Tai to Anthony and everybody in his circle. So once you get into a circle, I mean, you can obviously, you know, and step out of your comfort zone, because I am an introvert. I don't necessarily, you know, like, you know, I'm not extroverted, getting out, talking, doing all that stuff. But I mean, you can, if you're in the right circle, you can actually have interviews like this with, you know, an expert, you know, just, you know, stepping out of your, you know, comfort zone. But the thing is, you need to get in specific circles. And that's kind of what, you know, the Anthony's community does. Like when I say, you know, he has actually the name of his Thursday night shows or programs are actually called, you know, Success Connection. But then he has a Facebook group as well. So everybody in that group, you know, everybody has one main goal, is to be successful. So you can actually ask questions, you know, if you're struggling with different stuff, not even with business stuff, with just, you know, stuff with, you know, life and anything like that. You just do a post in there and people actually, you know, comment, encourage you and everything like that, which is, you know, a major plus. And so what is the number one thing that every business should focus on and work on, you know, to improve their business?
All right. So the number one thing that people should learn. Okay. So learn to work on in their business, I would say, is learning how to communicate through your copy. So your copy, meaning writing good headlines, writing emails, writing good subject lines, writing good Facebook ads, even writing good scripts for video. I mean, even Mike sent me a sample script, a bunch of questions. You know, that took some time to think through. You know, what kind of questions do I want to ask to make sure we have a good show? It all comes back to that copy. The channel is always going to change. When I got started, like I said, it was blogging. Now it's Facebook and YouTube ads. And now if you look a little bit in the horizon, it seems like TikTok is going to be the place where you have more celebrities and you have a lot of sales happening. But it all comes back to learning how to write a good ad. It all comes back to studying your avatars, what we call our customers, knowing their desires, knowing what they want, and being able to put that down in your copy, learning how to write that.
And looks like my wife just hopped on. It says, do you give out a swipe copy? Actually, yeah, we partner with Anthony. They have a ton of copies, swipe copies, and everything like that. But even speaking of that, sometimes people do not get access to cheat sheets or swipe copies or anything like that. So what would be, or I guess, how can one person, how can a person learn copy? What's the best way to learn copy?
Great question. Number one way is to sign up for as many sign up for as many newsletters as possible that are in the niche that you want to do. So if you are in the health and fitness niche, or if you're in the financial advising niche, or the dog training niche, find all the experts, find all the gurus, sign up to all of their newsletters people that you respect and follow, and read their emails. The second thing you can do is study from great books. I love books there's a guy named Ray Edwards. I cannot remember the name of the titles of his books. There's two in particular. Ray Edwards has written some great books on writing copy. There's a book called Cashvertising. That was one of my favorite books coming up. But that's number two. The most important thing is to read good copy, is to read good emails, read good sales letters. And then the second thing is to study them. Read those books so that you can learn what they're doing and how they're doing it. But the most important thing you need to do is just to keep reading. Keep reading good copy.
And then another thing, obviously, the show is really not necessarily about partnering with anybody, but actually we're trying to actually give you guys ideas and how you can actually grow your business. But there's actually a section in Partner with Anthony or whatever that actually shows you how to write copy. And then it actually gives you a recommendation from one. Actually, I think he writes copy for, I don't know if it was Dan Henry or Sam Ovens, but I know he writes copy for Tai. Sean Bossler.
Yeah, Sean's the man. He's written for the best of the best. Yeah.
And then actually you can get access to him and all of his content inside of Partner with Anthony. He actually has a section in there that he actually goes over, he gives you some quick tactics that'll actually help your copy as far as with headlines and everything like that, getting people to click on your stuff. Because I mean, there's no point in trying to generate a nice or finding a nice product, but then you don't have the right copy to get people to click on or they can't see. If you really can't, I guess if you can't communicate your message in a way that people can relate to your target audience, then they'll never know who you are. They really won't care, and then you just pretty much be the same. There's really no point in having a good product. So,
by the way, it looks like your wife put the name of the book in the chat. How do you pronounce her name?
Haikini.
Thank you so much for that. It's How to Write Copy That Sells by Ray Edwards. Thank you. Appreciate that, Haikini.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for that. I didn't realize. I guess BeLive fixed this. I didn't realize you could actually see so you can see the comments now, which obviously, I guess you can.
I can see everything, man. I can see your whole house.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. So let me ask you this. So you mentioned that you said it said what did you actually mean when you said all business opportunities are the same as long as they are done the right way? You just need to focus on one particular thing.
Yeah. Okay. I think I remember where I was going when I said that. Okay. The message I really wanted to get across was when you are learning digital marketing, you're going to see a lot of opportunities in your Facebook newsfeed for a lot of different courses and offers. You're going to see Amazon, FBA, right? Hey, learn how to get these products sold on Amazon, or Shopify. Learn how to do e-commerce and sell cool products, drop ship from China, or affiliate marketing. Learn how to sell other people's products. These are all great methods. Merch by Amazon. Learn how to make cool and funny t-shirts and sell them on Amazon. These are all great methods. And what happens is sometimes we find a method that we like and it gets tough. So we bail on it and we look to the next shiny object. And there's always going to be a guru in your newsfeed telling you, oh, what you were doing before, that's not a good method. This method is how people are crushing it. This method is how people are doing it. And that is just a great way to blow and throw away more and more money. What I would recommend you do is find something that you like, find something that speaks to you, find a product you'd like to sell, a niche that you want to be in, and stick with it. And my guess is, Mike, there are people watching this right now that are knee deep in a program already. I would encourage you, just stick with that program. At the end of the day, it is all about this. It is all about building your customer database and selling them great products that are relevant to them. Affiliate marketing, e-commerce, information space, services, agencies, it's all the same. It's having a great product, building a customer base, and delivering on what you're promising them. They're all the same. Find something you like and stick with it.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Actually, I was talking to somebody about that, the other day, as far as, having shiny eye syndrome. I know that, I suffered from that, in the past.
Yeah, I'll do.
Yeah, it's like, you just see something and it's like, oh, I want to jump to the next thing, because really pretty much just like you said, it's like, it's not working fast enough for me. But I mean, there's actually a saying, it was from a multi-level marketing company that I was in. I don't know if you guys know about Legal Shield or prepaid legal or not, but actually they said stick and stay and you'll get your pay. So, I mean, you just pretty much need to stick, and stay where you're at. And then eventually, if you continuously, as Anthony said, hashtag never give up. If you don't give up, then you're going to, meet your goals. Success, you're going to have success and everything like that. So I know it's about time to close it down. And actually, I'm going to let Roger hop off real quick, and then I'm actually going to show you guys the inside of partnering with Anthony and things that Roger built out. Actually, technically, right now we actually have 2 membership areas, or 2 different sections, 2 different membership sites with partner with Anthony. Actually, wait a minute. So actually we have 3 because he just created another one that we're actually kind of supposed to promote. But there's 2 of them that we actually get the training from. And actually Roger built out one itself, but Anthony built out the other one as far as the video.
Well, Anthony built out the main training, bread and butter. That's where you learn and understand everything. I was doing was I'm doing the weekly newsletter, and he was just like, just give them done for you assets, like show them emails to write, show them Facebook ads that they can use, show them, build out websites for them that they can use. So that's what my small contribution is compared to the whole program, the giant, massive program that Anthony built out. And it's, you'll talk about it. I don't want to stick on that.
And, I guess, actually a question just popped in my head. Actually, what is it like working for Anthony? I mean, somebody like that is actually driven, he's goal oriented. I mean, what are meetings like with him? I mean, how intense is he, or is he laid back, kind of like he sometimes seems like, on camera, but obviously I'm pretty sure he's not that laid back to be, that successful. I'm sure he's strict. He wants things done, point blank, right on time, stuff like that. So what's it like working for?
I'll say this: Anthony is intense, but he's very smart and focused. So Anthony's really good for me because as you probably have seen in this interview, I get sidetracked a lot. I drone on a bit sometimes. I'm not always the best at being focused on things. I get a little more emotional in my responses, the way that I view data. Anthony he's been around the block, so he knows how to ask the right questions to get the answers that he needs. And sometimes it'll be like, oh, that hurt my feelings a little bit the way you said that, but that's not how he means it. He's just business, man. He's just, hey, how do the numbers line up? So that's been really good for me, and that's something I've enjoyed about working with Anthony, is learning how to kind of take the emotion out of the numbers and just like, look, this is what the data says. This is what we do. So I like partnering with Anthony.
And let me ask you, this is pretty much the last question I'm going to sum up. I asked all of my guests this. So if you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why?
A superpower, man. Used to be flying, but I'm kind of over that now. I get air sick, and I like traveling, but I don't know. I bet there's a better one. Can playing every instrument be a superpower? Is that allowed?
I never thought about that. That would be pretty cool because you are a pianist, actually jazz and gospel pianist, and you travel you to different churches and stuff, right?
Yeah, so, I still do now, and I love it. But you know what? Like, I just wish I could play them all. If I could play them all, masterfully, like super power status. That's what we're talking about here. That would just be so much fun. I would give up flying any day over being able to play all the instruments that I get my hands on.
So how many can you play now?
I performed with 4, but I'm really most proficient with piano.
All right. And you said you perform what 4 of those?
Yeah, those are so piano, guitar, ukulele, bass, I guess 5, mandolin. Well,
all right.
So and hammer dulcimer, so that'd be 6. But I'm not proficient in those. I've just had the opportunity to learn them and perform with them. But man, I just want to get I want to pick up a saxophone.
Oh man, that's what I was gonna say. That's what I always wanted to.
Really?
The tenor, the tenor, yeah.
See, it's a good superpower. Don't let anybody tell you that your dreams of music aren't a good superpower.
Yeah, actually, my aunt told me that. She said you can learn because I said I always wanted to learn. Actually, this has probably been maybe a few months ago. I asked her, or I told her, it's like I always wanted to learn how to play the saxophone. She said, "Well, you can do it." She said, "Just put your time through." She said, "It's never too late," which
right.
That's true. That's true.
That's good. It's a good word.
Yeah, thanks, Roger, for hopping on with us and dropping a ton of value. Your cheat sheet. How do we get access to your cheat sheet? Or actually, you can send me a link to it, or however you want to do it. And actually, I will. Hold on, let me put this. Actually, you can hop off now. But thanks again, and you can send me that. I'll actually get it to you guys. I can put a link in the chat right now where you can access it. Is actually going to send you to opt in, but we'll send it to you via email and everything like that. So thank you again, Roger, for hopping on, sharing a ton of value. And like I said, this guy, I don't know, if 1 million people, reach out to him, I don't think he's, he can't answer all of y'all because he has, a ton of time. But I mean, he will answer, your questions, anything you got like that. But you got to have priority and privy, you got to have, privy to him because, you got to hop in the program. He's not just going to answer you, just right off. So, but thank you again, Roger, for hopping on and appreciate your time. Thanks.
Take care, guys.
All right, everybody. And that was actually Roger Festa. Like I said, he works specifically with Anthony now. He currently works with Anthony. And my wife says, thanks, I want to follow him. Yeah. And you guys can go check him out on Facebook. I know he's on Facebook. I'm not sure if he's on Instagram or not. I actually should have asked him the best places to reach out to him. But he is on Facebook a lot because, obviously he's running Facebook ads and everything like that. But let me show you guys the program we were actually talking about. Let me see if you guys can see my screen here. Actually, let me throw this down real quick. Where pretty much you get access. I know that if you wanting to start an online business, this is actually the best part. I mean, right now there's 30 sessions in it. And you can actually, Anthony's still building this out because the thing about this program is, or actually a lot of programs that Anthony created in the past, they were pretty much, he said he did not want to continuously create programs and put, different sessions and put trainings in there where people really didn't have, a lot of value because, a lot of some of these programs and stuff you actually get into and you really don't necessarily need all the information. There's one program that's been going on now for like 5 years or so, and they have all that data in there. And actually, I think they have a specific roadmap in how you need to maneuver through the data. But the thing is, people are actually not necessarily going to follow that roadmap. You know how people are. They just pretty much jump from here to there, as we just talked about shiny eye syndrome. But the thing is, people are going to jump around. But the way Anthony put this program together is the fact is you cannot get access to the next session until after 24 hours. So you need to complete, one section before you get access to the other session, which makes things, pretty much streamlined, in which you pretty much, I won't say guaranteed, doesn't guarantee. But the thing is, you have a higher level of success. You have a higher chance to achieve success with the fact of the way he set up this program. Actually, I want to throw myself out of the screen real So let me grab the link real quick, guys, so you can see. Yeah, it's kind of hard working. Most of the time I have 2 monitors, but really right now I'm working from my laptop, so I'm not necessarily used to working off of one laptop or one screen. So I just dropped the link in the comments where you guys can get access to that. If you have any issues with that, just actually comment down below if you have any issues accessing the training or the accessing the PWA page. But like I said, guys, actually let me throw this back up here. Showing screen. I mean, there's a ton of value that you can get from watching this, getting involved with this program. So I thank you guys for tuning in. And like I said, the link is in the comments where you can access PWA Partner with Anthony. But then I will also send you the Roger's cheat sheet and how to start a business, how you can successfully, start a business online. He gives you, I really don't know exactly what he gives you, but I'm thinking it just pretty much give you details and specifics in how you can start a business online and how you can start a successful business online, because obviously there's a ton of businesses online. But thank you guys for tuning in. I'm actually live on Instagram now. Say hello to Instagram. I'm waving at them now. Which they got on the, they're on the screen now. And I have no idea, did anybody ask any questions? I'm not sure they did. If they didn't, no, nobody's asked any questions on Instagram, but there's a few people that actually jumped on and joined in. But thank you guys for hopping on, and I'm getting ready to hop off right now. And like I said, you got any questions, reach out to me, type them in the comments below. Let me know the value in this. If you like this, go ahead and give me a thumbs up. Let me know that it was good. Comment, do something in the, in the video itself. Share this out with your friends. I mean, if you think it was, good content, you think, if you're not in the business, but if you do know somebody who is interested in the business, if you do know somebody who wants to learn how to grow their business with Facebook, or even just grow their business in general by using online mechanisms, have them reach out to me, comment below, give me their name, share this with them, do something. But most of all, hit the thumbs up. You like my content, there's going to be more content coming out, more interviews, everything like that with, successful business entrepreneurs, which I already have a ton of them on my channel right now. So you guys can check them out and let me know what you think. Thank you guys again for hopping on. Thank you for in the community. We're actually at 106, 107 subscribers now. So thank you guys. Continue to push this out. Let people know that there is more to life than just working, a 9-to-5 job, part-time job, whatever you guys are doing. There's more to life to that. You can have free time. You can choose where you want to work. You can go where you want to work, take the vacation that you want to have. Don't necessarily have anybody telling you what to do, when to do what you want to do. Even with Roger, you say, well, Roger's working for Anthony. But the thing is, Roger's working for Anthony, but he's in, a remote place. He can travel. He can do whatever he wants to do. You heard him say that, he travels to, different churches and stuff, playing the piano, like jazz and all that stuff. But the thing is, he's not dedicated to a 9-to-5 job, 4 walls around him each and every day, punching the time clock. If that is for you, I understand, you got to do what you got to do at some point, but obviously you need to be making plans to continue on. Because what if you do get hurt one day and you cannot go to work? What if you get injured? You say, well, I got workman's comp. What if the workman's comp does not pay you as well? But then even, you think about it, you say, well, hey, what if I even get, income? What if I do get some income, from my online, then they'll cut out my workman's comp? But that's the thing, pretty much the internet is unlimited. I got a couple of, ideas right now that I'm kind of rolling around in my head. I need to partner with, a few people as far as, just having the internet. There's no limitations in how you can make money on the internet. Actually, I talked to another, a guy that actually I pretty much affiliated through being in another mastermind that I was in. And he told me that there's one guy that is making a ton of money just by, he put up a pet website, which he has Amazon affiliate products on there, which don't necessarily recommend doing affiliate product. But I mean, if you want to do Amazon affiliate products, because the reason why I say that is, when you're picking an affiliate product to promote, you need to make sure that they're actually going to pay you well, which Partner with Anthony does that. It is an affiliate program that is actually in tiers. So you actually get in at one tier, but the thing is, there's multiple products that are associated with the program itself, where you can also generate money off of that. Even you say, as far as with Amazon, but there's different tiers, and partner with any, but the percentage of Amazon is low. I mean, yeah, if you get a ton of traffic to your site like this guy is doing, then you don't necessarily have to worry about that, but you have to build up to the traffic. And this guy is like an expert in SEO. So he took, a lot of time learning SEO to generate organic traffic to his site, which I think it might have taken him maybe 1.5 years or something to build up the site with, I don't know exactly how many people are visiting his site each and every day now. But I know it is a lot of there's a lot of videos, and for some reason, I guess you can only go live on Instagram for a certain amount of time because they actually just stopped my video for some reason. But I'll just share it out. But yeah, so what was that? Oh yeah, as far as saying that. Yeah, so you need to pick a product that's actually good and is actually going to pay you, that you can pretty much, make, sales off of. And that the sales are actually going to pay you enough to sustain. But like I was saying, if you actually end up getting hurt one day, just say something, happens to you at work or even away from work, and you can't go to work, you're not physically able to go to work. What are you actually going to do to, have an income? You need to have a side hustle. Some people say, well, you might go build houses, all that stuff, but what good is that going to do if you can't physically move? Honestly, yeah, you can learn real estate. Just learn something. That's kind of what, I'm telling you guys. I am telling you guys that learn something that you can do on the side, because it's a different time now. When I graduated from college, all I was looking for, was pretty much just a job to retire at. But obviously, we're only one job to retire at. But obviously, things are different. My mom, pretty much told me, she grew up just working one job, having a pension plan and all that stuff. But companies are not doing that anymore. Times have changed, and they're actually trying to. Somebody told me a few years ago, that the government's trying to figure out a way to come around the back door to get your 401k. So even if you do have a 401k, and then actually that was a good story that is actually how Anthony got involved in learning internet marketing, was the fact that his dad invested a ton of money into one company, hoping that money would be there when he retired, but he ended up losing all of that money because the company folded and pretty much their situation changed immediately. So what if that happens to you? What if you don't have a son, like Anthony, who actually went out and started to make money online and actually learn how to create an income for himself? Because Anthony's not an idiot. He was actually in school, and he was actually going to med school. We have the same majors. I majored in biology. He majored in biology, and he actually got, his biology degree. And he was going to med school, but he ended up, I don't know, I think he did finish school. His brother finished school as well, but because of the money that he made, he actually ended up paying for himself to finish school, for his brother to go to school, and I think his sister too. And he actually ended up paying his parents' mortgage off. So there's a success story for you as well, just by having, a side hustle. He has a story that he constantly talks about, constantly shares, where his dad, which is passed away now, where his dad is actually, sharing a story with, how Anthony just had these checks coming in for 6 and 7 figures coming to the house. And he ended up, being very successful online. So that is actually who you're learning from. This is not just somebody who's just getting started, but he's been doing this for like 10 to 15 years now. And he really holds nothing back, pretty much. He wants the people who get involved with him, he wants his students to excel and to learn. It's like one of your best teacher. Imagine your best teacher when you were in school, growing up in school, one of the teachers that actually really wanted you to learn. There's some teachers who, just pretty much just showing up for a paycheck. But some teachers, their heart was really in it, and they really loved to teach and wanted to see the kids learn. That's the way Anthony is. He wants you to learn. He wants you to not only learn, but to be successful. Some things, about the teachers in school, they don't necessarily, I don't think they were teaching for you to actually make money. They were just pretty much teaching you to learn, and then you can figure out another way to make money. But Anthony is teaching you a way to make money. He wants you to be successful just like him. So he really holds nothing back, pretty much exposes his, his business. Like pretty much just like I said, Roger hopped on with me. He didn't have to do that. So pretty much that's just the type, they say that people follow their leader, or either the leadership hires people who are pretty much just like them. So just the fact that Roger hopped on with me, you can kind of see, the heart that Anthony has, because obviously, Roger pretty much has the same aspects of that. So thank you guys for tuning in. I'm about to end this one, and I will see you guys on the next one. Like I said, give me a thumbs up and let me know you found this valuable. Have a good one, guys. Take care. Peace out.
With a business partner of mine. And I think for the most part, you just kind of have to look at it as this is the second largest search engine. And when people are searching how to, there's a couple of pretty big names out there right now. Jordan Steen is one that comes to mind, a serial entrepreneur that's killing it on YouTube. And And he's just been able to capture that. Like if you go to YouTube, type in how to start a digital marketing agency, digital marketing 2019, like those kind of things, that's kind of the same take that I'm going on YouTube as well, is just for people that are looking to grow their agencies, looking for more information about digital marketing, SMMA, that kind of stuff, and really leveraging that, and then bringing them over to I guess the not influencers isn't the right word, but basically getting them to follow me over on Facebook and what I'm doing on that side, Instagram as well.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Now, as far as if somebody, actually, I'm trying to grow my presence on YouTube, and a lot of influencers are talking about YouTube as opposed to, and I know you don't run ads and everything like that, but everybody's talking about going to Facebook, going to Instagram and everything. How important is building your brand on YouTube?
So I think it doesn't really like, YouTube is a great platform, right? Like, and again, this just goes back to being the second largest search engine. But I think that the way a lot of people are kind of looking at it wrong right now is treating it like a social platform, right? Like social platforms, you have the ones that we know and love: Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat. Like those are social apps. You can build up a following, you have, and you interact with people on like a one-to-one level, as opposed to with YouTube, where you kind of have to take it from is like, what are people searching for? So there's very like conflicted opinions on this. Like, should I just make tutorial videos or should I make like clickbaity videos? The thing was, like, for example, let's say on Facebook, you want to make a video and it's like not top 10, but let's just say you want to make like a clickbaity video. We see it all the time where the first section of like a piece of copy is something that like grabs your attention, right? And that's something like it's clickbait. It brings you in, and what I see kind of like the issue there is it's being very vague on Facebook. The same thing does not translate over to YouTube until you have that following, right? So if you were super vague on YouTube when you're first starting out and you say, I can't believe this happened, right? Like that's not going to translate into a lot of people finding that video because there's no keywords there. There's no meat. There's no SEO involved there. So when it comes to, and going back to your question based on, like how does somebody grow a YouTube channel? I would think of it more as like, where can I expand my reach, right? And the thing is, and what I tell everyone is, for example, a lot of digital marketing friends, if Facebook was to decide tomorrow to shut down their ad platforms, everyone's kind of screwed. You know what I mean? Like, so thinking it more of like, let me grow my influence over on YouTube as well and build up this following so that not all of my eggs are in one basket on Facebook. Like whether it's a Facebook group that, I mean, we both know a lot of people that are highly influential in the space and are making a lot of money through their Facebook groups. But what happens tomorrow if your Facebook group is no more, right? Like all Mark Zuckerberg has to say, oh, sorry, Facebook groups are gone. Obviously, it's probably not going to happen, but just having that mindset to make sure that you're actively on these other platforms to at least like grow some sort of following, I think is super important.
That's pretty interesting you say that, because I know a lot of people talk about diversifying stocks and, where they put, money, make sure you diversify where you put your money. But it seems like you're saying diversify where you put your content.
I mean, I don't want to be like going against what everybody's saying, but at the same time, like you just have to remember, for example, Vine, right? Like there was so many Vine influencers out there and so many people that grew their following on Vine. And one day they were literally just like, all right, bye. And if a lot of these followers that we knew, like unless they were actively growing their following on like YouTube, and obviously towards the end of the platform when the creators were like, okay, we're like shutting down this platform. All you saw on Vine was, hey, check out my Instagram. Hey, check out my YouTube. But it was like this last ditch effort as opposed to somebody that was adopting it early on when they were like actively trying to bring over to their platforms. It was a more gradual thing than like all of their content turning into, hey, follow my YouTube. Hey, follow my Instagram. Hey, follow my YouTube. But again, that's a pretty good example on just how quickly something can go away without really, they don't have any obligation to tell you, hey, we're shutting our platform down. You know what I mean? Like it's just, I personally think it's kind of silly to have all your eggs in one basket, but at the end of the day, like people are going to do what they do and they're going to continue to work. And it's the difference between adapting and staying where you are is where I believe is going to be like the real, deciding factor in if you are progressing through social media and not.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting you say that. I know that a lot of people talk about what's the easiest way that you can. Because I know, are you trying to build your agency as far as using YouTube, or are you also trying to actually monetize your YouTube channel? Because I think somebody just recently just found out that usually it takes 1,000 views before you get how much money, maybe like $1 or something. So I mean, I guess the engagement on YouTube is not what it used to be. Somebody's saying. So are you actually only solely trying to build your agency, or you also trying? I mean, is YouTube a platform, to sell products, digital products, or to sell, affiliate to do affiliate things, or I know you say you do a lot of stuff organically, and so I mean, is YouTube a place to do that, or should you just pretty much sold it? Well, obviously, I know you should sold it on Facebook, but I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
So I guess thoughts on that would be YouTube has changed a lot when it comes to ad revenue. When I first, I've been making YouTube videos since I was 14, which was, 9 years ago. 10 years ago. So it's just changed so much since then. Like a little background of what I used to do. I actually come from obviously creating YouTube videos, but I found the secret sauce in growing YouTube channel. So I don't know if you've heard of the channel Top Trending, but I actually grew, right now it's at 4.3 million. My partner and I actually grew it to 600,000 and then we sold it. And then we just kept turning and burning. A lot of relatively large channels now, well, not a lot, but probably 10 or so channels that you see out there that have over 500 to 1 million subscribers. There's a couple that we had our hand in the pot. But back then, and this is going a little bit deeper into it, but if you're thinking that growing a YouTube channel is going to the ad money, the money that you make on ads is nowhere near what it used to be, even 3 years ago. The reason being, a lot of the Logan Pauls and the Jake Pauls and the PewDiePies of the world that do things that make advertisers want to step back and giving their money. At the end of the day, YouTube makes most of its money off of running the advertisements. So when these advertisers start pulling out their ad budgets to YouTube because these influencers are promoting things that these companies don't want to put their brand name on, is when the CPM starts to dip. So the way that you make money and the way a lot of people are making money on YouTube now isn't from the ads, but more of being able to sell their digital product. And this goes back to just, I forgot who said it, but it's the 1,000 true fans model. And basically you only need 1,000 people to actually buy your products to become successful online. So for example, I know this guy, a friend of mine, he's in the affiliate marketing space. He has, I think, 50,000 subscribers and he's doing $60K a month on YouTube from affiliate commissions, digital products, that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't come into YouTube thinking that you need a crazy amount of views and crazy amount of subscribers. Heck, I know a guy that has I think 15,000 subscribers and he's doing about 20 to 25K a month just from selling an online course. So I guess going back to the question of how to make money and is it a legitimate business model? I believe so. If you do it the right way and you aren't trying to look at the numbers, but more of your influence when it comes to a personality or a YouTube channel.
All right. I know Brian Ostermiller joined us actually just probably a few minutes ago, and he says, Aaron inspires me, he said, with, as far as the fashion. And he says, you're a good looking dad. And, Charlie, what's going on? How you doing, Charlie? And
thanks, Brian. I love you, man.
So I know you mentioned, here's a few sentences ago, a few paragraphs ago, I know you mentioned about selling channels. I really never ever heard anybody say that before. So you said that you actually sold a YouTube channel for about 600,000. Did somebody actually approach you, or did you approach somebody else? How did that How did that come about?
So online, there's a, I say this jokingly, but it's basically like a YouTube channel black market. And there's websites where people will buy YouTube channels. That pretty much simple as that. But so a partner and I, this was back in like 2014, 2015, around that time. What was really big, and you'll see on YouTube, there's a lot of like different trends that go through if you really look at what people are talking about. But about 2014, 2015 was a really big time where list videos, like list channels, so like top 5, blah, 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 top 10, blah, blah, like those were very popular. So we found our niche basically for about a year of literally like we made like 4 or 5 YouTube channels that were pretty much the exact same thing. We hired different commentators. I was actually the commentator for Top Trending when we went from 5,000 to about 200,000 subscribers. I was like the commentator for that. And then we started like outsourcing the voiceover, and we were outsourcing the editing. So really all we were doing was posting and creating the thumbnails and stuff like that. So again, like we kind of found the secret sauce, which really all came down to SEO, came down to making sure like the content was top notch. People started to gravitate towards that. And then once you hit a certain point, like it just starts snowballing. So we our main goal was to get it to like 50,000. And then after that, like YouTube just started promoting it like crazy because we knew what we were doing. But yeah, that's pretty much what we did. We would grow them to like even to past 100,000 subscribers. They were going for a pretty good amount of money. Just because like, constantly, how would you like to go from no subscribers to buying a channel with 100,000 and just keeping that momentum going? Is it a legitimate business model? Yeah, if we were selling it to somebody that was actually like wanted to continue the brand. Where we saw a lot of the channels fail was when we would grow it to a certain point with this objective in mind of making these list videos, and then the advertiser or whoever bought the channel, they like completely flipped what the channel was about. So they just started losing subscribers and ultimately had no engagement. But yeah, it still happens now, like for people that are really into it. I just don't have the time to really dive into that stuff anymore. But yeah, it was definitely an interesting couple of years.
Let me ask you this. How did you actually, I guess, get started in YouTube or on YouTube or just in internet marketing in general? I mean, what exactly is your background?
So that kind of just goes back to I was 14 years old, and the story's like a little bit, I wouldn't say dark, but so at the time I actually moved to a different place. Like I lived where I live right now. I lived here for like 4 or 5 years. I made a bunch of really awesome friends. My dad's in the Navy, so we move around a lot. But we moved, and I had to move away from all my friends and like all that kind of stuff. And it kind of got to a point where I was like feeling not like depressed 14-year-old. Like I feel like anybody that's a teenager feels that way. But I just like really, I didn't really feel like I had anybody to talk to. And like, I found a lot of comfort in watching YouTube videos of these influencers. And at the time there was a couple of people that I was following that even to this day, like it's become a little bit more normalized of people like watching people play video games. But a lot of my names on other platforms is Aaron FPS, and it comes from Aaron FPS, which stands for first person shooter. And yeah, so I think I found the comfort in not only watching videos, but I found out that like these people were making money creating videos, just playing video games. And I was like, oh shit, like I play video games and watch YouTube all the time. Like I want to do this exact same thing. Obviously it didn't turn out that well at first. I mean, I remember this was my sophomore year in high school. Literally my schedule every single day for an entire year was wake up, go to school, come home, play video games, make a YouTube video. And like I uploaded every single day on this one YouTube channel for an entire year. And I think not only did that teach me discipline, but it also like helped me find my voice. Like a lot of people are like, they see me making my videos like even now, and they're like, how are you like so confident on video? And how can you like speak so well? And how this, that, and the other thing. And I was like, literally go make a YouTube channel, make a video every single day. And there you go. That's how you're going to get comfortable on video. Since then, like obviously I've been in my career if you will, within the past 10 years, I've made thousands of videos. I've done thousands of video voiceover like projects and stuff like that. So I guess that's kind of how I got into YouTube, and it just progressed from there. And then kind of like I said earlier, getting into the internet marketing and stuff like that, just being on YouTube. Tai Lopez was a big influence. There was a couple years ago when he was like plastered all over YouTube. So just like being constantly in front of like digital marketing, this, SMMA, that, make money online, this, like it was just kind of meant to be. And I fell into it, and it's been that way for about the last, like, I don't know, like 9 months or so.
That's a good story. And I know that when I was growing up, it used to be, what do you want to be? An athlete, or, somebody that kids would say athlete. But actually now, I just talked to a guy actually at work, and he said, his son, as a son, what he wanted to be when he grew up, and he said, I want to be an influencer.
I want to be a YouTuber.
Like, and it kind of took him by here, but I mean, these kids, I guess there are pretty much, YouTube is like TV. So we used to just sit and watch, you used to sit and, watch TV, just, for hours and hours. But now kids are just like you said, you sat and, watch, YouTube. And I know something big in the space, on YouTube is actually video games and all that stuff. Just kind of like you said, the people just playing video games and people actually sending money. Actually, it was another adult that I was talking to that actually said that they were actually sending money to, a person just to play, watch them play video games.
Yep.
I guess a tactic or something in the game. So I think that's, pretty.
People don't understand, like, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but like, people just don't understand this has been a thing that I've been into for like the past like 5 years, like jumping in a little of it more. Probably about 4 years ago, I was actually a commentator for a video game competitions. Like there's this thing, it's called MLG, Major League Gaming. They actually flew me out to like multiple different events where like they put it up on, they streamed it out just like we're doing right now, live stream to an audience of like hundreds of thousands of people. It's insane. And like some of these people and going off onto the live streaming stuff there, I don't know if have you heard of Fortnite?
I have, yeah.
I'm sure you have, yeah. But there's the largest streamer right now on Twitch, which like a lot of people are getting into now as well. His name's Ninja, and he literally makes like $6 million a month playing video games. It's insanity. Like, because he has on Twitch, and this is going down a rabbit hole, but on Twitch, you can pay, like you said, you can either donate to people or you can subscribe to them. So you subscribe like $5-10 a month. This dude has like 70,000 subscribers. So 70,000 people that are paying $5 a month on top of donations, on top of, he's like sponsored by like Nike and like Gatorade and Red Bull, all the different places. So it's like the shift in what has happened with like video games and like online marketing and stuff like that has been so crazy within the past couple of years. I mean, video games are in the X Games. Like, what? You know what I mean?
I did not know that. Yeah, so I mean, as far as video games, I had no idea, as far as they were in the X Games. I mean, what is that? I thought pretty much the X Games.
It's a sport. Like they classify it as a sport.
Wow, that's insane. I don't know. To me, that's insane. But I mean, obviously, you guys are talking about. Some people are saying it's like, well, only have one source of income, but pretty much we're sitting here saying that people are making money, $6 million a month off of pretty much just playing video games. Pretty much just playing video games. Not even, all they got to do is just hook it up. And I think the Xbox has now, it's been a while since I played any games or anything, but I think they automatically, you just pretty much just broadcast where you want to. So, yep. So I mean, all you have to do is just play games. I think about that, just when I was younger, just playing Nintendo all day, like nobody was watching me, but the person who was in the room with me. But now it's like, well, not only are people watching you, but you can actually monetize the fact that you're playing video games. So that's the power of the internet. A lot of people say they hate the internet. The internet exposes a lot of things, and it's changing a lot of things. But yeah, it's changing a lot of things for the good, not necessarily the bad. And then it depends on how you're using the internet. It's just with anything. People say money is bad. It depends on how you're using what you're doing with the money. So, it just goes to show you how you can make money anywhere, anyhow, anytime, especially if you really understand and know how to use the internet. You heard Aaron say, he started out a channel with 0 people. He grew it from, well, I guess 0 to 5,000 and 5,000 to 200,000. And he said he sold it. So I know a lot of people in the chat are talking about selling websites and, all that stuff. But now you can actually sell YouTube channels. And I also know, people are actually, I just found this out the other day, where people are actually saying that they're selling their Facebook pixel, where pretty much you can take your pixel and sell it to a particular person. Like if you have a lot of hits and stuff and all that on your Facebook pixel, they're selling that. So you guys, there's money all around you. I guess, Aaron, as far as in the process that you got started, well, actually, let me ask you this. Let me reword it in a different way. What is the easiest? What's going on, Evan? How you doing? What's the easiest way? I guess now I don't want to say the easiest way, but I guess if you look back over your time, as far as growing your YouTube channel, building your agency, and all of that stuff, what's Evan saying? Aaron's YouTube course was fire. So I guess Evan Ricker actually bought your YouTube course, and he's saying it's excellent. So I'll let you, you can plug it in at the end if you want to, just send out a link and everything like that. But looking back at your process, if you were to start over again, what would be the first thing that you would do to actually, knowing what you know now, what would be the first thing that you would do to grow as quickly as you grew, or grow faster than what you grew the first time?
Yeah, so this really honestly just goes back to, and Evan can contest to this, I made that course, it was just a test really, and I'm not really pushing it that much anymore. It was almost like a limited release type thing, but he can tell you the amount. I think there's probably combined 6 hours of content in that thing. It was insanity, the amount of time that I spent on it, because it's something that I'm passionate about. But yeah, I'll literally give you the blueprint right now of if you want to start a YouTube channel right now, this is the things that you need to focus on, and I'll talk about it. So basically, you got to think of it, and if you're in the digital marketing space, I'm sure a lot of people are that's watching this, you have to take it from an SEO standpoint, right? If you're constantly, for example, if you're talking to your client and you're like, look, you are getting no organic traffic, nobody's seeing your website. Let's set up a plan where within the next 4 to 6 months, we will have people that are actively searching for your industry, whether it's HVAC or dentist, whatever it is. Let's make it so that people are constantly finding your content. Same thing with YouTube. You want to make sure that you have a solid SEO foundation so that when you start to create content, then it's getting pushed out to people. Think of it like this: let's say you made this really awesome video, you bought a video editor, you got someone to record everything, but if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, was it really a piece of content that people are watching, right? So to start out with, you want to come up with a plan, come up with a content plan. What I call it is the 20 video plan. And this, I don't know, I probably heard this somewhere before, but basically you want to write out 20 different video ideas that are pointing back to the same thing. So for example, if we're doing digital marketing, you want to lay out 20 different videos of pertaining to that topic. So how to start a digital marketing agency, top 10 tips for prospecting for your digital marketing agency, how to get clients for your digital marketing agency, how to start a digital marketing agency with no money. You want to create this plan so that when you start to upload these videos, they all point back to this same thing. Think of it as just keywords on a website. The more times that you have the word HVAC in San Diego, same thing. If you have this entire catalog of video content that's pointing back to one topic, YouTube's going to start promoting that a little bit more. Going into a little more the nitty gritty, you want to make sure that everything on your YouTube channel is keyworded. So from the way you name your channel to the way you name your videos to the way that you format your descriptions. And people don't know this, but in the back end of the metadata of YouTube, you want to, for example, if you're saving a thumbnail, when you're saving the video file, when you're saving anything that's going on to that video. For example, I make a video saying top 10 prospecting tips for my SMMA. Right. So you want to use that as your title. You want to have that as the first line in your description. You want to export your thumbnail and your video file as that exact same name. Going back to the SEO, if you have 5-6 different lines of text that are saying how to grow your digital marketing agency, YouTube is going to continue to push that more. So it's a lot of content and a lot of different things to talk about on a live video like this. But if anybody has any further questions or anything like that, definitely add me on Facebook and shoot them my way. I'm always down to help everybody. But yeah, those are just some. If you're going to start out, just make sure you have a solid foundation before you start spending money on video editors and video equipment and stuff like that. Second thing, do not invest a crazy amount of money. Everyone always asks me, they ask like, what kind of camera should I get? What kind of audio equipment should I get? Should I get a green screen? Should I like do this? I'm like, no, like you can literally make high quality videos using this thing right here. The thing that I usually say, like video, people will always forgive like all right video, but if they can't hear you, if you invest in anything, invest in some sort of audio. I know you can buy like clip-on lav mics that go to like the bottom of your phone. There's so many different products out there that are relatively cheap to start like filmmaking on iPhones or even some of the higher Galaxy and Samsung phones. But yeah, start out a foundation and then move up from there. Sorry to go on a rant, but
no,
that helps.
That's good. Yeah, that actually helps. You know, that's good content. Audio is the most important, as what Evan said. Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. I mean, even if the video doesn't shut off, you know, if the video doesn't show, then you always have the audio where you push to a podcast and push to, another place, another location.
Well,
I mean, that's a good content. And then actually, I guess kind of want to go into, more practical stuff. I don't know why I want to do practical today. Maybe because I want to, build my YouTube channel as well. But as far as talking about SEO, actually, I think I heard somebody say that as far as files, but they were actually talking about it in reference towards towards your website and everything. I really did not know that you need to do the same thing in YouTube. So that's interesting that you say that. Now, as far as talking about SEO, I guess that goes to the fact of you should use where you're saying use the same, I guess, titles and keywords and all that stuff, or it pretty much that's what SEO is, right? Just so you can show up, in the search engine, I guess YouTube search engine. And somebody told me that, obviously Google owns YouTube, so somebody saying that some of the content is actually coming up in Google, like in the Google search. So I mean, is that true? Have you seen any experience with that or not? Or if somebody types in a particular thing in the Google search, will it show up and their YouTube videos show up in Google search?
Yeah. So Google does own YouTube, like it's the same company. So they're working hand in hand. So for example, if someone even goes to YouTube if they go to Google and they type in like how to start a digital marketing agency, if Google looks at that term and says a crazy amount of people are looking it up on YouTube, on the first searches, they won't even give you like links. They'll just put 3 of the top videos that are performing within search. So yeah, like SEO, like that's huge. Unless you are, because there are different ways around it, I guess, but let's just say like you're working and you're doing a collaboration with like a large YouTube channel. Obviously that's a way around it. Like you're getting a direct link to that YouTube channel. But for a lot of people, like no one, if you're starting from zero, like someone with 500,000 subscribers is going to come to you and be like, hey, let's do a collaboration. I'll put your link at the top of my description. It's just so off brand that they won't do that. So yeah, SEO is huge. That's what I tell everybody to do. Like make sure that you have that foundation there, because at the end of the day, again, YouTube is not only does Google own YouTube, but YouTube is the second world's largest search engine right behind Google. So that's why I usually say to start out and to grow your audience, make tutorial and how-to videos, because at the end of the day, people for the most part are going to YouTube to figure out how to do things. That's how I built my YouTube channel. I focused a lot on Snapchat. And when I was first, like this was 3-4 years ago, when I first downloaded it and I was like, I don't know how to use this. Let me go to YouTube. I searched how to use Snapchat on YouTube and there was nothing about it. So I was like, okay, light bulb, no one's talking about this. Let me make a video. The video that I made in a month, it hit 1 million views. And then I was like, okay, well, this one hit 1 million views. Let me see if I can recreate this process. Started making videos talking more about how to use the Snapchat update, how to use Snapchat, how to use Snapchat update, blah, 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 blah. How to use Snapchat in 2018, how to use Snapchat for beginners, how to use, like, it was so many how-to videos like right now, if you search how to use Snapchat on Google or on YouTube, like 13 of my videos come up on the first page because I grabbed that keyword of how to use Snapchat. Like my video is above the official Snapchat YouTube channel. Like, so it all comes down to, again, like creating, and this is what I'm personally saying. I've had multiple people disagree with me. They're like, I want to make vlogs. I want to do this. I was like, okay, cool. Make a vlog about your Mexico vacation. But guess what? Nobody cares. You know what I mean? Like no one's going to find that. If you search vacation in Mexico, like millions of results are going to come up. So differentiate yourself, start that foundation, create videos, create that. And same thing with digital marketing. You have to make that value and show it up front first so that people want to start following you, and then start going from there, showing your daily life. Very good example. Iman Gadzhi. He started off and was making a lot of tutorial videos on how to make money online, how to do digital marketing, how to blah, 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 get more clients, whatever. And now he's starting to branch off into more of the lifestyle stuff and showing his vacations and his lifestyle and stuff like that, because he had that foundation already. He had that audience that was for and there for the value, but also now care about his life because he gave so much value up front. They feel like it's the whole reciprocity idea there.
Yeah, I guess there would be a little controversy with that, because I know a lot of people say pretty much just, well, I guess they say grow together, you know, as far as what I pretty much grew up to, as far as, you know, to just grow your lifestyle with your business. And I understand what you're saying, you know, as far as show the value first. And obviously, you know, people are not going to follow you in your lifestyle. Well, it depends. If you're looking at, you know, think about how Tai Lopez was. I mean, yeah, he had the knowledge to himself at first, but then, you know, he pretty much started to this lifestyle. And actually, he mentioned that in some of, I guess, the intimate media where people pay, you know, for a lot of money to get into a program or a mastermind or something like that. He was like, I don't show other plastic parts or anything like that. He said that's just for most people, I guess, the younger generation, for other people who want to see that. I use that, you know, to come in. But I understand, you know, people really aren't just going to follow you necessarily. They might follow you for a while, but they're not going to stay with you, because there's always somebody, you know, with another type of lifestyle. But I mean, if you're providing value, I understand what you're saying. You know, people are going to actually, you know, stick around with you for a long haul.
Exactly.
And so I guess as far as why do you think that people fail? I mean, you know, a lot of people try to grow Facebook, they try to grow YouTube channel, they try to grow Instagram, they try to grow Snapchat. What is one reason that you feel why people fail and they do not accomplish their goals?
Accomplish their goals when it comes to like growing
their channel,
or
growing followers.
So I think, I mean, that would just go back to like not succeeding with anything. That would just be falling off the wagon and not staying consistent. I guess one thing that I have seen that a lot of people think is a little disingenuous is repurposing a lot of content. So even though like it's very time consuming to create content for each platform specifically, like if I was to create a video and I had to make like a specific video for each platform, like that's going to take a lot of time. But I strongly believe that like each platform is different and it should not be treated in the same way, right? So for example, if I'm on YouTube, like I don't mind watching a 15-20 minute video on something that I've searched, but I'm not going to watch that on Instagram. I'm not going to sit there and for what I see a lot of people doing is they'll have like a YouTube video, they'll create it for YouTube, and then they'll upload that to like Instagram stories, right? Like Instagram stories is not made to consume 15-minute long videos. It's made to capture the raw, the behind the scenes content. And that's what Instagram stories is for. Same thing with Facebook. Like Facebook, people think that videos need to be like super short and like they have to grab your attention right away. They can only be like a minute long, but the culture on Facebook is mostly the people that are on there. They aren't looking to really consume content unless it like grabs their attention up front. And then they're willing to, you know, spend more time doing that because nobody, I mean, I go back to this example all the time, but if you're trying to sell on Facebook, like no one's scrolling through Facebook with a credit card in their hand, ready to buy something and opt into, you know, like a course. they're on there specifically to watch funny cat videos and see what their family's up to. So making sure that you are creating content for each platform, because each platform has a different culture. So I think that might be like something that a lot of people fall into, where they're not able to see success. But at the end of the day, like if you're consistent enough with something and you really like stick to it until you see that success, I think that's honestly just comes down to a mindset thing and not implementing as long or as frequent as you need to.
All right. Yeah, I know this actually leads me to my last question. And some people think this is a hard way. Some people find it lighthearted. If we were to have one superpower, what would it be?
Superpower?
Yeah, superpower.
I would say teleporting. I think that would be like, huh?
Why?
I think like a lot of my time is spent like, well, I wouldn't say a lot, but like I'm super annoyed sometimes when I have to like spend time going to the grocery store and spend time, like it just takes so much time out of the day, or like even like going to the gym, right? Like it's so much time that I don't want to spend and like lose. So being able to teleport or whatever I want to, heck, I can teleport to like, I don't know, I have a business deal going on in LA. Like a lot of the clients that I have right now are not in my area. So being able to, hey, let's have an in-person meeting. Let's get some lunch over in LA, or you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Seems like it'd be pretty fun.
Yeah. Actually, I thought about that too. Like, I need to get to a certain place. You don't have to, take a plane. You don't have to worry about, driving in the car for 8 hours.
Yeah, save so much money there too.
We really could. And I guess that wasn't my last question. I saw Abby Waller actually just commented. She thought about something that she asked me to ask you. I kind of be talking about this. I guess you can say the green room, but your fashion style. So where exactly do you get your suits and everything from?
So it's this company. I don't know if you can see that. Probably not. It's called Oppo Suits. OPPOSUITS. We were talking about it a little bit before on the live. So they're actually a sponsor of mine. When I was doing like YouTube stuff, like they would always send me suits based on like the events I was going to. So for example, when I hit 100K on YouTube, I had a deal with them that I was like, hey, I'm planning to skydive at 100,000. Like send me a red suit and I can, and I'll skydive in the red suit. So I did. Another example, I hosted the world's first Snapchat award show in London, and I was like, hey, I'm hosting this show. Send me a yellow suit. And they were like, all right, cool. So I just kind of rep their name around. I have 16 of them for a bunch of different events. I think I have like 7 that are Christmas suits that when I go to parties and events and stuff like that for Christmas time. So, and for the most part, like I've found it work really well in my marketing. So my profile picture is this specific suit for a reason. Like I don't just have it up there because it looks cool. It's a pattern interrupt. These flashy colors, like, and me being able to put that on my profile. I can't tell you how many meetings I set based on people just saying, hey, your suit's great. It caught my attention. Let's like jump into a meeting. You know what I mean? So there is a method behind the crazy colors and the madness. It's just so that it's something different and it catches people's eye.
Yeah, that's good. So not only do you make money, you also do it first when you do stuff on YouTube. You go with the right vendor. But Aaron, how can people reach out to you? What's the best way for people to get in touch with you? I know you mentioned the course. You're not putting it in the YouTube course. You're not putting it in that much more. So, what's the easiest way products you want to sell? What's the hot product that you're selling now? Or just however you want people to get value?
Yeah, so easiest way is honestly just going to be to message me on Facebook. I don't have the live link for the course anymore, but if you have any questions, just shoot it my way.
All right, so you heard it from Aaron. So if you want to get in touch with him, just reach out. If you have any questions right now, you can put them in the chat box. We'll come back in and answer your questions. But I know about time to get off here. So I thank you, Aaron, for joining me. Technical difficulties, it is sometimes it happens. Hadn't happened in a while, but happened today. But appreciate it, man. Hope you have a great day, and we will see you guys later. Have a good one.
You too, man. Thanks so much.
What's going on, SMAA and entrepreneurs online? We're going to teach you today how to scale your business, company, online, offline, brick and mortar, whatever it is. We're going to teach you how to scale it. But in order to scale something, really, just to do anything in business, to do anything in life, I don't know whether you are an employee, I don't know whether you're a business owner, I don't know whether you're a striving business owner or just existing. I mean, you still got to have, a appropriate mindset. And I brought Dan on here to actually tell you guys how he pretty much just can set you guys up, and how he can give you tactics, practical step-by-step things where you can get your mindset straight. He has, this guy is an author. Let me, kind of explain to you guys how I got in touch with him. I was actually in a mastermind with Rob Quinn, and there was another guy in there. His name is Dean Bithell. You can look him up. He's online. He's in his group. The name of his group actually eludes me, but he's on my friend request. You need to look him up. He's doing some big things. He is, a big business owner. So you can look him up, and we were in the mastermind together, and I actually saw him on an interview with Dan, and I was like, hold on, man, I got to, interview this guy, even though it took me a while to reach out to him. But I got him. He's on here now, and I think it took maybe about, maybe because I asked him probably about 8 months ago. Now, I'm just kidding. It's probably about at least 2 or 3 months ago. I asked him, but he's a busy schedule, so I thank him for, hopping on. He's an author. He's a speaker, and he just told me he has actually, I looked it up last night on his page, and he has a podcast that is, it's called Method Meets Magic. And he has, I think it's another program. He's actually selling courses and everything like that. I think that one was Journey to Intentions. You can help me out here if you want. Intentions, I know I might mess it up, but I'll let him go ahead and get on here and, tell us about it. And we were kind of talking in, the back room before the interview and everything like that. And he was just talking about, creating new outcomes. He can show you actually how to create new outcomes, or whatever outcome you want. He has, tactics, procedures, methods, and everything that will actually help you create a new outcome. Just like I just did a live, kind of based off of the interview him and Dee had, their last interview, and just talking about choices and everything. I know everybody makes a choice. I'm making a choice right now. Well, whenever you speak, whenever you talk, whatever you do, whether I move my hands or whatever, these are all choices. And every choice leads to, another situation, and leads to something. But actually, I'm going to open up the floor to Dan. And I want him to just explain his story, how he got started, how he grew, how he scaled. And actually, just to let you know, it might throw you off a little bit because it kind of threw me off. But he has, a British accent. I found out he's from London, but he says he doesn't want to go back to London. So I don't know if he wants to touch on that or not, because everybody's trying to go to London. I've never been to London. My wife has been. In the area, in the Europe and everything, but I've never been. So everybody's trying to get there, but actually he was telling me a story how he was trying to get out of there. So I don't know if you want to touch on that or what, but go ahead and have the floor. Let everybody know who you are and, what you do now. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
Well, Mike, thank you so much for having me on the show. It's a great pleasure to be your guest. Obviously, I've been watching a few of the lives again by way of our connection with Dean over the past few months and so on. So it's really an honor to have the opportunity to speak to you and also speak to your audience. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I have a radio show, an international radio show called Method Meets Magic with my co-host Jess. That's every Monday at 1 p.m. It's called Method Meets Magic. And the balance that we bring in Method Meets Magic speaks very much to how my work works and my outlook on life. And really, when you think about it, how reality really plays. When you look at yin and yang, you look at masculine, feminine, you look at light and dark, all of these different polarities, often the beauty is found in them balancing out. And that's one of the things that I'm definitely going to speak to today when we're getting into more of the mindset piece. So my co-host, Jess, is an intuitive medium and psychic. I'm very much on the practical mindset work. And I've done a lot of work with Jess. So now I'm coming to the middle. She's been doing work with me, so she's come to the middle. And Method Meets Magic is that place where, we know people that do nothing but read. They read, but they don't actually get any results. We know people that work and don't do any reading, or people that meditate for 20 hours a day, or they spend all their time in monasteries and temples. But it's bringing all of those things together and finding the space in the middle that we found has really been the place where results actually show up. And what I really talk to a lot of the time, this whole idea that everything that we experience, whether consciously or subconsciously, comes down to a series of choices that we've made that then unfold for us as experiences that we have. And so my work very much is about empowering people to stop making the choices which disempower them, or that are bad choices, for want of a better phrase, because there's nothing really good or bad, it's all neutral and relative, and to make more of the empowering choices, or good choices, or more to the point, the choices that lead us to the outcomes that we want, and to stop making those choices that pull us away from the outcomes that we don't want to make. I do that predominantly through my tool called Beyond Intention, which is Journey Beyond Intention was the name of one of our programs. I've taken on a COO now, and we've kind of renamed stuff. I've actually just reminded me I've got to make sure that the Facebook page is updated. But what Beyond Intention does really is it says, number one, everything that's shown up, it's our only responsibility for what they've created. They start having guilt and shame around some parts of that experience. So, for example, if they're seeing the beauty behind that, which is, hang on a minute, I created something. So if I take that power consciously, I can create more things. We can sometimes get into a rut where we say, oh my God, look what I've done. I didn't do that. I did that instead, and blah, 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 and fall into these loops and these patterns, these disempowering loops and patterns. So what I really like to empower people to do is to take the beauty of everything they've created, no matter how ugly it might look on the outside, and reframe that to say, okay, if I've done that now, if I step consciously into that role as the author and creator of my life, I can start directing my creative power to a successful business, loving relationships, better health, more abundance, more fun, more play, happy family, and so on and so forth. And that's really what it is my joy to be of service doing, empowering people to create whatever outcomes they want to see in their life and knowing what those outcomes should really be.
Yeah, that's good. I know you mentioned, I guess, somewhat as far as I guess you said there's really no such thing as a bad choice.
Yeah.
So I mean, how can you tell somebody that where actually, I guess I'm thinking of family members there where, you know, they have to actually, you know, constantly pull somebody out. Like, you know, somebody gets, you know, addicted to drugs, or they're, you know, a bad gambler, you know, maybe an alcoholic, or they're just reckless with their money or something like that. So how does it, you know, when a family member looking at another person is like, well, obviously that's a bad choice because, you know, I'm one going in, you know, getting them out because you're affecting me, you're affecting my life, even though I guess, you know, kind of, you know, one decision, you know, one choice in any family member, even in any friend is going to, you know, allow or make somebody else make another choice. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, you're going to have to choose, you know, either way. So, I mean, on the outside, I guess, looking in is like, this is a bad choice because obviously the person that's doing it, they're like, well, this is a good choice for me because I think, you know, it's good, you know. You know, but I guess in the moment they think it's good, but then, you know, there might be, you know, consequences, you know. So how can you explain that to, you know, one person that's like, well, that has to be a bad choice?
One thing I like to do is I like to go to nature, and it's going to feel like I'm segueing, but work with me. The reason why I like to go to nature is because nature, when unimpeded, is just the way that things normally go, right? When we don't interfere with nature, that's just what's happening. Right? In nature, let's look at childbirth, for example. In childbirth, there's pain. I was there when my nephew was born. I heard the screams. I had a newfound respect for any woman that's given birth, by the way. Any woman watching this that's given birth to a child, I salute you. I've heard what you guys go through. Now, if I say about pain to you, you consider that to be a bad thing, no? But pain in childbirth is just a signal that something new is being brought into the world. The pain is a signal that something new's coming forth. When you have a headache, we consider a headache to be a bad thing, but actually a headache is just notification that something's wrong, and it's the body telling you, hey, look here, pay some attention, this needs to be fixed. Whether it's you're dehydrated, whether it's you're tired, or whether there's something wrong in your brain that needs to be fixed, that there's a health issue. So even when we look at something as rudimentarily straightforward as pain, there's always a relative way to look at it. Our story around it is actually what is good or bad, not the thing of it in and of itself. I practice something called Kundalini Yoga. And in Kundalini Yoga, one of the principles we're taught is the idea of the neutral mind. And what the neutral mind is a space mentally whereby you can look dispassionately at what's happening around you, not disassociated emotionally, but dispassionately, you can see it for what it is. And when you actually start to move through life, seeing things for what they are, it puts you in a much better position to make more empowering decisions, because you're making positions from a statement of fact as opposed to a statement of emotion or connectivity to our opinions or stories about what's really going on. Bringing this back now to the whole idea of choices. Everything in life has a winner or a loser, but to keep it really rudimentary. I don't really believe in winners and losers so much, but just to keep it really straightforward, right? There are people that are empowered by choice and there are people that are disempowered by choice. Even when you look at, you use the example of, I believe you used the example of someone gambling or whatever, or being frivolous with their money. On the other side of that transaction, there's someone that benefited. So from their perspective, the situation was beneficial, even though from your perspective, as a loving family member, looking at, for example, a family member using their money at a casino, for example, that money that went into the casino paid somebody's wages, added more value to the economy. Even though it took away from your family member, it added in another way. So depending on which side we're looking at the coin, it's empowering or disempowering, good or bad. Neutral is that your family member went to the casino. The story is your family went to the casino, is addicted to being at the casino. The story is someone's come to my casino, has given me money. The story is we've got patrons in the casino, so I've got a job and I can feed my family. Every single situation, generally speaking, and I've not seen every single situation in the world, so I can't speak on every single situation in the world as a blanket, but as a general principle, there is an upside and a downside to one or another party. In the middle, the neutral position is there is just something that happened. And so when I'm working with clients, whether it's through group coaching or one-on-one coaching or even someone going through my program, I always encourage them to learn to get to a place of seeing things for what they are without the story, so that we can make effective choices to get us to an outcome unimpeded by our stories around the situation itself.
Wow, that's a very deep answer. And just as far as I'm gonna kind of try to play this back towards business owners and stuff, because obviously when you're first starting your business, it's like, well, you really don't know what decision to make. I mean, it's like, well, somebody told me to do this, somebody told me to do that. So, I mean, it's kind of interesting how you say, even though, just if you make one decision, like, you go out and you're like, well, maybe I shouldn't have spent so much money, right here. But the situation is, because you spent so much money right there, somebody benefited from that result, even though you might have, it might have affected you in a negative way, but somebody somewhere benefited from that result, even though it might have affected you. And then even if it hurt, if it was something positive for your company, help your company grow, it seems like, somebody else, a takeaway, it might have taken away from somebody. So, I mean, it kind of like, it's the yin and the yang. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, is that, experience? Because I heard you and Dean talk about, just the universal laws. And, talking about how, nobody can elude the laws of the universe, where if there's a particular law in the universe, nobody can elude it. I mean, everybody talks a lot about what is it that what am I thinking about, where you just pretty much the law of attraction. So so everybody talks about the law of attraction, but some people say the law of attraction doesn't work for me because I'm constantly sitting here.
Let's address that one first and foremost. The law of attraction is a popcorn version of something called the law of vibration, which is a universal law. Now, universal laws are laws that are pretty much encoded in the universe. Now, universal laws can be bent and broken sometimes. Just like the law of gravity is broken, we fly in airplanes. We're not supposed to be able to fly in airplanes because it's the law of gravity, but we bend the law of gravity and break it in order to fly in airplanes, right? Birds break the law of gravity because they fly, okay? Now, the law of vibration, which is the true thing, is a scientifically demonstrated fact. And that is that when two things vibrate at the same frequency, they can resonate with each other, and they can be experienced in the same space. What that means in more easy to understand terms is you can only experience something that you're a vibrational match for. Now, when I say the word vibrational match, I know sometimes people are going to get caught into, oh, this is some of that woo-woo, fluffy, new age, nonsense or whatever. But I'm not talking about in terms of fluffy, new age nonsense. I'm talking in terms of a measurable frequency, as in there are devices that can literally measure the frequency that you're at as a vibration. It's not my opinion. It's not someone's idea. This is something that's been demonstrated and can be measured with scientific instruments, that when we're at different moods, when we have different feelings, when we have different thoughts, we literally emit a different vibrational frequency. Now, every single thing in reality has a vibrational frequency. When two things are at the same vibrational frequency and resonate, they can be experienced together. Or in other words, my environment is a reflection of the things that I am a vibrational match to. The people, the places, and the things that I witness in my environment, in my reality, in my everyday experience, are those things that I match with as a frequency. It's just like when two people are in love, and then all of a sudden, it's not really working out anymore. What's actually happened is that they're no longer at the same frequency. It's just like when we talk about outgrowing our friends, right? We're no longer at the same frequency. And so therefore, you can force things together. You can bend the law and force things together. But generally, that's when you have the friction of pain, the friction of discomfort, the friction of imbalanced relationship. It's just like when you get like a new job and you're in the feeling of it, you're vibing with it, and everything's good. And feelings are something that we feel. I'm not using foreign concept. We feel these things. And when we're in that state, and then all of a sudden, maybe the job doesn't feel so good, your boss is an asshole, there's a really annoying person, and these experiences shift our frequency, they shift how we feel. And as they shift how we feel, we no longer feel at a match or frequency to that experience, and we no longer want to be there. The same way that sometimes friends fall away, sometimes things disappear, sometimes things just don't work, and they're not working, or they're falling away, or they're disappearing because you're no longer a vibrational frequency match for that thing. So what the law of vibration, or the law of attraction, really is it says, when I match something as a frequency, it comes to me. That's what it says. That's scientifically demonstrated fact. What's happened is that people have forgotten that there's more pieces to the puzzle than just that. Because another fact is that what I don't believe I can experience truly in my subconscious, I can't have. That's why mindset's a very important piece of the puzzle. So I can feel it, right? I can truly feel this. But if I don't believe I'm worthy of it, or I don't believe I deserve it, or I don't believe it's possible for me to have something, I'm not going to be able to witness it. I'm not going to be able to experience it. So that creates resistance, a block. So what will happen is that some people will be like, do you know what? I've got my vision board, and it's my perfect boyfriend or my perfect girlfriend or husband or wife, and they've taken a cut out of J-Lo's backside, or like, who's I don't know, who's someone that all the women like these days? Who do women like? I don't
know. What's his name? Zac Efron. I heard
Zac Efron's face and like The Rock's shoulders, and they've cut this perfect. Now if they don't believe that they're worthy of it, or they don't think it's possible for that thing to happen, it doesn't matter how much they feel a vibrational match to it, their mindset, their beliefs are going to create resistance. It's going to block it showing up. And then the third piece is, even if they feel it and their mindset accepts it, if they're sitting at home all day, locked in their cupboard, not going out and meeting people, how the hell are they going to have that experience? So what I talk about in my work, we actually just wrapped up a 9-week series on this on our radio show. And I'll share with you the link to the archives in case it's something that's of interest to people to have a listen into. But is that the three things must be aligned. My frequency, or my energy, my feelings, right? That's number one. Number two, my mindset and my beliefs, where my head is at, right? What I believe is possible must be aligned with that. And then I must be ready to take action. I must be ready to curate my environment. I must be ready to make choices to stay in alignment physically, mentally, and emotionally. Body, mind, and spirit. These three things, these three partners coming together in alignment is what gives me my outcomes. So people that are having challenges using universal laws like the law of vibration, like the law of least effort and all these other things, should remember that these are part of a holistic experience that we have as human beings. We're not just mental beings. We can't just read all day and expect results. We're not just spiritual energy beings. I can't spend every day in church, my mosque or my temple or in my meditation room and expect things to change. I can't just be doing and expect to feel whole and fulfilled. I must bring all of them together in a balanced way. And when I do that, then I'll get results.
That's good. That's good. And I guess I had a question when you were going over all that. Actually, I had several questions. But as far as the frequency, I know my wife says, indeed, she says, number one, frequency. Number two, mindset. Number three, ready to take action equals outcome. Yeah. And she says, yes, she says, when I match something as a frequency, it comes to me.
There you go.
So, and you know, as far as I guess just frequency and everything, is frequency the same as energy? Is that the same type?
Frequency, energy operates at different frequencies. First and foremost, let's dispel this myth about energy, right? First and foremost, if you take anything physical, my pen lid, right? If I was to rip this down to its smallest particle, I'd get, you know, electrons, basically. Like to rip apart the atom, the compounds, the atoms, just electrons. If I open that up, it's 99.999% energy. So if the smallest physical thing is 99.999% energy, that means that this thing as a whole is 99.999% energy, which means everything that's in reality is predominantly energy. What science has demonstrated for us is that actually energy takes form in our experience based on having someone looking at it. Now, I'm not a scientist, and I actually had a really, really great conversation with a woman that's in one of my masterminds right now who's got a degree in physics, and she broke down a lot of this for me, and I'm really kind of getting my head wrapped around it so that I can speak about it more competently. One thing I'll never do is speak on something that I can't speak on. But at its simplest idea, energy doesn't do anything unless it's given a command. At its simplest idea, that's a scientist looking at this might say, no, I'm wrong or whatever, but I'm just making this really, really simple. There's more science to it. There's experiments and all these papers and stuff that people have written, but at its simplest ideal, energy doesn't do anything unless it's given a command. And that command is our expectation about what we're going to see. So energy is the thing that everything's made of, and everything that's made of, everything that this energy that everything's made of operates at different frequencies, different measurable frequencies. Even you look at like a radio's got different frequencies that you tune into, right? And when you go to a different station, you pull in a different signal, a different song, maybe there's a talk show, maybe there's a sketch going on, but you get that by tuning the radio dial, or even changing the TV channel, you pick up a different signal coming in. All of those signals are there already, but based on where you tune yourself into, whether it's the radio, whether it's the TV, you pick up a different signal. So the energy is the thing that's there already. The dial is giving us the frequency, which is what part of that experience, what part of that energy that we're tuning into. So perhaps what your wife is saying is that when she dials into something, she gets that message, she gets that radio signal, she gets that TV channel, she gets that TV show. And that's what we do with our lives. Based on how we feel, we tune into a specific dial, and then we get a different experience.
That's good. That's good. And I know you were talking about energy. I mean, I got a little bit of a science background. I got a degree in biology. So, okay. So you talk about, energy as far as you said, energy just pretty much exists. I mean, I guess that's one of the laws, where it talks about energy can neither be created nor destroyed.
Yeah, that's
true. So therefore, pretty much, just like you were saying, I mean, you're saying it's pretty much the energy, in that one little, I guess, your pin cap or whatever, you're saying it's 99.9%. So it's energy. Everything already has energy. So you really can't create it, nor you can you destroy it. It's just there. It's just energy. So, and then you talked about the frequency and everything like that. And then I got, pretty much, just I got a statement that pretty much says, always be moving. Because, I mean, you got energy, but energy just exists. So therefore, you got to move. I mean, you got to move because, I mean, if not, I mean, what is it? There's also another law that says, something is just going to exist unless it's, pretty much acted upon by an equal or an opposite force. So therefore, you got to, push it, and get it, pretty much to move. So, I mean, that's pretty deep, as far as, how we're going. But my situation now is, because I'm a business owner, I'm coming in, it's like, man, what in the world are these guys talking about? I thought this was supposed to be a business group, man. Why are they talking about science stuff? But I'm trying to, a way that I want people to understand that, that you can use these principles and these laws in your business, because, pretty much if you're an existing human being, then obviously you're living in these laws. So therefore, it's really not about your business. It's about you personally as an individual, and, just as an existing being here on the earth, that you have to abide by these laws, or either you abide by them, or, they'll abide by you, because the laws are going to exist either way. Either you tap into them or you don't. So, I mean, that was kind of what he's saying, either, you apply to the laws, either you're the energy that's just out there existing, or the radio station, or the radio waves that are out there existing, or either, somebody dials in, or either you dial into something else. That's kind of what I was saying, on my other live, as far as my wife saying this is her kind of interview. She loves all this stuff. Actually, she was the one actually kind of telling me about this, stuff actually before we even started talking about it years ago. And I was like, what are you talking about? Because, I mean, we kind of, some of this stuff's in the Bible, but people really don't talk about it in the Bible, and not necessarily just in the Bible, but other spiritual books as well. Because if you look at, any type of, spiritual book, you can kind of see, I guess, the parallelism from one religion to the next religion in the same books. I know we're talking about books and all that stuff. So, I mean, it's pretty much, it's like a constant wavelength. Now, whether you believe that or not, whether, you're Muslim, you're Jewish, you're Hindu, you're Christian, whatever, you can go look at each individual book and see that there's actually specific stuff in each book. I mean, it's all throughout the book. So, I mean, these laws do not just exist for, one particular religion. And I know a lot of people are going to get mad about me saying this, and I'm not trying to talk you out of your religion. Whatever your religion you are, that's what you are. I'm not trying to say it's right or wrong, but I'm just saying it is a clear fact and a clear statement that some of this stuff, I mean, pretty much most of this stuff is periodically, sporadically in each individual religious book in each one of these things. So, I think, there's a lot to play off of here. But, I mean, how specifically, my question right now is, and somebody else that might be looking in, somebody just said, like, oh, what's going on, Jatari? How you doing? My question now is, how can I take, because a lot of people don't talk like this, a lot of people don't think like this, a lot of people just pretty much exist, just like energy. So how do you get people to see, how do you get entrepreneurs to see that, if you actually tapped into this stuff, started studying this stuff, started learning this stuff, started trying to apply, some of these laws to your life, understand some of these laws, figure out how you can get these laws to work in your life. I mean, how do you get people to see that? And then, that was one question. How do you get people to see that? I mean, how do you elevate people to your mindset? Because, I mean, I'm actually going to ask you about 3 questions here. I know my wife said, actually, when you're interviewing people, only ask them 1 question. But sometimes I just have to. So, I mean,
let's tackle them one at a time. The first thing is this. I mean, like I said to you, I'm doing more work now with entrepreneurs and high performers. I've got a mastermind in June. I think we've got like 4 seats left. My masterminds are really intimate. There's only like 10 people that come to them. I've got a mastermind in California, in Venice, in June. But there's a live stream available, and I'll get the information over to you in case anyone's interested or whatever. But what we're doing there is we're working on something that I've created called purpose-driven peak performance. And what purpose-driven peak performance does is it brings in this idea that I said at the beginning about things needing to be balanced. Okay? The story was this. So around Christmas, New Year's, I was invited to potentially speak for a very intimate group of super overachievers. I'm talking about multimillionaires. They're part of a group where you need a minimum of 10 million to be in this networking group. That's the minimum entry. Right, yeah. And one of the guys who, he's a friend of mine now, we met at a dinner. Well, that's not part of the story, it's not that important. But I was talking, he said, oh, Dan, it'd be great for you to come and speak to my people, blah, blah, blah. And then he said, what are you going to talk about? And I said, I'm going to talk about using the power of choice in order to direct your life and create outcomes and blah, 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 which is what I do. And he said, Dan, we're all overachievers. We don't need that. Now, I was a little heartbroken, obviously, because my work gets results. I mean, anyone that cares to look at my Facebook page and see the testimonials I've got there, or check out my website, which is dreamwithdan.com, and see the testimonials on there. And see what people say. Like sometimes people just have a single session with me. People that have done like my 12-week or my 8-week coaching, they have completely new lives at the end of it, specifically lives that they're actually happy with. But here's this guy saying that he doesn't need it. And it struck me, actually, what was missing was that I hadn't demonstrated to him, because I didn't have my value proposition correct to that type of person, that although you may have financial success and material success, there's more to the puzzle than that. Now, in my working with, I've done a lot of work with people in transition. That's one of the spaces that my tool's been really, really powerful. People moving into new ways of living, whether it's moving from having a career to entrepreneurship to a career, divorces, new physical areas, retiring or whatever, and stepping into a space whereby my life's going to be doing something different. What do I want it to look like? And how can I get there? That's what I really, really specialize in. And it's having people come to me that have spent 20 years building up a life, right? Thinking that they've done everything. The kids have gone to college or whatever. They've built this great successful career. They've got a beautiful wife or husband. They've got the white picket fence, the holiday home, the 3 cars, the boat, whatever, private jet, and then realizing they feel empty at the end of the day. Because a lot of the time, the things that we strive for isn't necessarily what we want. It's what other people, places, and things have told us that we want. So a big part of my work with entrepreneurs is, first of all, do you actually want to be an entrepreneur? Or are you buying into something that other people, places, and things have told you that you should be doing? Now, this is something that people often find very, very difficult to digest. And I've spoken for a leadership forum a couple of times. And that's one of the things I've said. Are you necessarily an entrepreneur? Are you necessarily a leader? And if so, do you want to do that? Or is it because someone else has told you that you want to do it? People need to recognize that we spend 95% of our days operating on our subconscious programs. Only 5% of our choices in daily life are spent consciously operating. And even of that 95%, only 70% of that program that we run on, we actually decided. We haven't decided. So only 30% we've decided. So 70% of the program that we're running on, 95% of the time, we had no input on. It was fed to us. And so what I encourage people to do is to step into really owning what's going on internally and choosing if that's what I want to experience. Now, when I've decided that, and I can step up to my entrepreneurial experience and say, do you know what? I choose to be here. I own it. Now I've got a level of leverage over myself to be more effective, to be more of service, and to be more successful, because I can bring in more of myself into that experience of being an entrepreneur. Those little doubts can be shedded because I've addressed it. No, I want to be here. When things get tough, I can stand tall and say, I've chosen to be here, and I can bring all of myself to the table to be here. When things get challenging, or when people in our lives don't believe in us and we need to depend completely on ourselves, if we brought all of ourselves into that experience, guess what? We can be more effective in that role. We can be more effective in that position. We can be more effective in that journey. And so when I'm working with entrepreneurs, what I'm predominantly doing is, number one, getting them to own their journey. Not mum and dad wanting me to be successful, not I want to be more successful than the person down the road, not because I'm trying to prove my teacher wrong, or I'm trying to prove my parents wrong, or my family, my friends wrong. No, from a holistic, mindful, heart-centered place, owning their role as an entrepreneur. From that position, now we say, okay, how do I want to feel? Not how much money do I want to make, how do I want to feel? Because actually, when you think about it, we don't buy a car because we want the car. We don't buy a house because we want the house. We get it because there's a payoff on the other side of it. I don't want a holiday home because I want a holiday home. I want a holiday home because I like the feeling of being in the sun, or for some people, I want people to know that I can afford a holiday home. Let's be honest, right? I want people to see that I'm the man or I'm the woman. That's what we want. I'm the boss lady, or I'm the boss dude, or whatever. So what I get them to do is I say, okay, let's identify the feelings that we want at the end of the day, so that we can plot a more efficient, less painful, more flowing, natural route to getting there. Because sometimes the feeling that we're chasing doesn't require a $20 million business and spending 20 hours a day working. Actually, what we want could be effective maybe by just having a hobby for an hour a week. Now, if I'm chasing a target because it's what I want for its own sake, I could be more effective in getting there rather than me working 20 hours a day, running around on a hamster wheel to get to this thing that actually when I get there, I'm not going to be happy anyway. What about if I was happy already and actually I'm just engaging in entrepreneurial activities that add to my joy, and therefore I'm coming with more of a happy self and I'm able to be more of service. Now, if I'm more of service and I'm bringing a frequency, right, that matches more happiness, more joy and being of service, it's going to make it more flowing and easier for me to start attracting the right clients into my work. When I'm getting on the call to close someone, I'm not closing them out of desperation or stress. I'm closing them from a position of grace, ease, comfort, chill, and from service that's completely detached from the outcome. And therefore, I'm more effective and efficient in actually doing that. When I'm doing that from a mindful place, actually, I'm not getting on this call to close someone. I'm getting on the call because I'm happy, I'm in a good place, and I want them to be a part of this experience too through the service I'm going to give to them. People resonate with that. And when resonating with it, they're attracted to it. I'll be honest with you. I mean, my coaching with me one-on-one is very expensive. How often do I have to advertise? Not very often at all. Reason being, I just show up. I show up with a frequency that says I'm going to be of service to the right number of people. Regardless of whether I make any money from doing this, I'm happy already. And that brings me in with a certain mindset, a certain energy in a certain space that people are attracted to and want to work with. And as an entrepreneur, you can bring that into your experience as well.
That's interesting that you you made a comment about, as far as, people really just don't buy stuff just to buy it, just to have stuff. I mean, it's linked to a feeling, it's linked to an emotion, it's linked to something. And actually, I think I heard Dan Locke say that, it's like, don't just sell, a program, or, don't just sell whatever it is you're offering, and don't just sell, whatever it is, whether you're selling knives, vacuum cleaners, social media marketing services, or whatever. Don't just sell that. Try to attach to the promoter, the person that you're selling to. The reason why they want a particular goal or a task is because it's attached to an emotion. It's attached to a feeling that they have that they want, whether it's, just to, like you said, lay out in the sun, on a beach somewhere, or, it's not necessarily, just, I want to get money, to grow my business. Of course, they're going to say that because they really don't know, but it's your job to figure out what their emotion is. And so if I was actually an entrepreneur coming to one of your events, and actually, let's just say I saw you, or, you're on stage somewhere and I came up, I was like, how can I get in touch with you? Or what is the purpose of me coming to one of your events? I mean, as me being an entrepreneur, whatever it is I'm doing, well, obviously I'm a social media marketing entrepreneur. I'm an affiliate marketer. I sell stuff online. How can what you have to offer or what you're selling, how can that help me? How would you sell me on your product or coming to your mastermind?
First and foremost, it will be about being the author and creator of your life, showing up every day, knowing that the outcomes that you receive at the end of the day are what you've consciously, deliberately chosen. A big part of what I talk about is something called navigating the divine matrix. This whole reality thing, being able to decide which direction you're going and being happy when you get there, being fulfilled when you get there, having meaning when you get there, as opposed to floating along on the river of life, blah, 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 blah. So even in terms of your entrepreneurial journey, allowing your entrepreneurial journey to be part of a bigger picture that supports you being the greatest version of yourself, being a happy version of yourself, and being someone that you like to look at when you look in the mirror. Not getting to the end of it in 20, 30, 45, 50 years time and saying, crap, I've just wasted all of this time chasing things that I didn't even want. Actually stepping up to the plate now and saying, this is how I want to feel, choosing to feel that and being there every day. Now, doing that in abundance, I'm a firm believer in abundance. I said to you beginning, going back to nature. Nature is abundant in nature. There's no shortfall in nature. The only time there's shortfalls in nature is when mankind comes in and it takes away. Nature is naturally abundant. So abundance is a natural state. Health is a natural state. Happiness is a natural state. Joy is a natural state. Working with me, what you're doing is you're calling these into your experience so that entrepreneurship becomes just part of a big adventure that you actually enjoy. One that's balanced, one that brings in the whole idea of relationship, one that brings in the whole idea of happiness, one that brings in the whole idea of abundance, and in a way that feels good. I'm not saying don't work 20 hours a day. I'm saying align yourself so that what you're working on for 20 hours a day is what makes you happy rather than stresses you out. One that adds to your joy rather than takes away from your health. one that's aligned with your principles, as opposed to creating a disconnect with your family and friends. Even down to your environment in terms of people, places, and things. What people, places, and things are in your environment? Are they supporting where you want to be at the end of the day? My book, The Dreamer's Manifesto, what this is all about really is, what do I want my life to look like? How do I want to connect with what I'm actually here to do? People talk about purpose a lot. I think there's a step before purpose. And that step before purpose is why I'm actually here. And every single one of us, actually, if we go to where we were as a child, we had things that we naturally gravitated to. We had things that naturally we were pulled to. Even if you ask yourself the question now, when you're supposed to be doing something, what do you procrastinate towards? That's telling as to what you're naturally inclined to. Now, if you start to bring more of that into your experience, how can you not have a happy life? How can you not have more joy in your experience? If you start connecting your entrepreneurial experience to that, how can it not be fun? And when things are more fun, they tend to work out better anyway, because we've got a better frequency, a better energy that we're bringing up to the plate. If you look at every single, pretty much most, I'm not going to say every single, most billionaires, the ones that we actually want to be around, not the ones we don't want to be around, they're doing something that makes them happy. They've got smiles on their faces. They're doing something that they get up every morning because they want to do that. Even when you look at people like Grant Cardone that talk about being 10x, you're going to be more effective at 10xing your experience when that 10x is spent doing something that actually makes you feel fulfilled. I'm not saying that there's not going to be contrast, there's not going to be obstacles, there's not going to be adversity, but you can traverse those more gracefully, right? And with more flow when you're going on a journey that actually makes you feel good and fulfilled. That's what I'm talking about.
And I guess, I don't know, I have several questions that I still want to ask you. Said, I don't know if this interview is ever going to end. Keep thinking, different tangents and stuff. But I mean, I know you talked about just gravitating towards things when you were a little kid. And then you said, even when you procrastinate, doing stuff now, it's like, what do you, what do you lean towards, or what do you try to do? Mm-hmm. So, I guess, even as far as little kids, I mean, how do you get in that mindset of doing that? Because most people, they don't think about that. They're just like, well, I just don't want to do this. And they really don't think about why they don't want to do it. And then they really don't think about, what they're going to do or what they did in place of, actually doing that. And it kind of like you're saying, you just kind of exist. And then, I thought about a question of people just don't question, why they do what they do. People don't really think anymore. They just pretty much, react. So, I mean, what is, I guess, one tactic or one, method that actually a person can actually start doing that? I mean, what's something that can jog our memory to be like, why am I procrastinating? To think about that question, because it's just like, well, I don't want to do this. And then you just go start doing something else instead of just stopping and thinking, why am I not doing that? How can we, get in a mindset of, doing stuff like that?
I would say, to be honest, I mean, this is a big part of what we're talking about, the Purpose-Driven Peak Performance Day, the mastermind on the 16th of June. Like I said, we've got a few seats for physically, but the live stream, I think the live stream is like $200 or something for the whole day. You don't get to have the breakout sessions with us, but you get to have the content. We're going to be talking about intuition. I've written a book on time mastery, which is shaving off 80% of your time and repurposing that so you can actually have 10x on your results while spending 20% less time and energy on actually doing it. That's one of the things I'm going to be talking about on the day. And a big part of it is this whole idea of the purpose-driven life. And going back to the code, see my slogan, Dream with Your Eyes Open. This is my brand. The Dreamer's Manifesto. I'm Dreamer CEO everywhere. And people think, is he talking about having a big dream, blah, blah, blah. Actually, what I'm talking about is when you close your eyes, where do you go to naturally, right? When you're unimpeded by the stories that we have consciously, where do you float back to? When you're a child and you're a kid, what did you naturally instinctively want to do? And this is a question I always ask of people, whether it's workshops or coaching or whatever. It's before you had the stories, before life told you who you should be, who did you want to be? That's your core code. That's what you came in to this body, to this experience already encoded with. As a child, did you want to play doctor? Did you want to be the boss? Did you want to be like a nurse? Like, what did you want to do? Did you want to go and play in nature? Did you want to be by yourself? Did you want to be with people? Did you want to help everyone? Going back to those experiences and even asking your parents or older siblings, aunties and uncles, when I was a kid, What did I naturally do? Go and look at your children's pictures. What birthday party did you always ask for when you were 2, 3, 4, 5 years old? Before the age of 7, what did you naturally gravitate towards? That will be very telling. And it's one of the things I talk about in my book, is the whole idea that be careful not to take it literally. What do I mean by that? There's some people that have followed this exercise I've just given you, spent 7 years in medical school and realized they don't want to be a doctor. Because it's not that they wanted to be a doctor, it's that they wanted to be of service and help and heal people. Actually, that fulfillment could have come from joining the Peace Corps. That fulfillment could have come from being a nurse as opposed to a doctor. It's just about being of service, right? But maybe other people's stories or the stories that we pull in from our environment gave us a different outlook on that. So what I encourage people to do is take this fact about what you pull up and actually feel into it. What part of the experience do we really want? For example, wanting to play toy soldier could be that you wanted to protect people. Maybe your thing is to be a father, not necessarily to be a soldier. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's more to it, and it requires you. I mean, intuition is great, and that's one of the people that's coming to join me on the day is my tantra coach. So we're talking about sexual alchemy, taking sexual energy and transforming that into energy to heal, to create, and to be a more effective performer. We're going to be talking about that at the mastermind. And also my intuition coach, actually using more than our 5 senses to experience the world and make choices. Learning to trust your gut and understand what that voice is. Feeding into that and using intuition, you can actually start to decipher from the bigger picture where your dream is. And when you start building on that, you have a much more fulfilling, much more joyful, much more purpose-driven, and much more successful life.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I still got a few questions as far as obviously, man, you're a plethora of information that a lot of people aren't talking about. I mean, you might hear some of this stuff, if you go to church, go to, whatever your religion, some people, might, just pull little bits and pieces of this, kind of, sprinkle it on you a little bit. I know there's a meme out there with a guy, he's sprinkling a little dust on there, so, fairy dust or whatever it is, man. I don't know what it's supposed to be. I don't know if it's supposed to mean something. It came from a movie or what. But, the situation is, where do you get your information from? What books do you read? What people do you follow? How did you acquire all this information? Because, this is some of the stuff that they need to teach us in school, but obviously, the education system is pretty much just archaic, and they just teach the same things over and over, the same history, the same, subjects, and they don't touch anything on this. No finance, no spiritual, none of that. They really don't want to. I guess I had a little bit of spiritual, but I went to a private school, Catholic school. So, growing up. But where do you get your information from? Who do you listen to? Who do you follow? How did you even get it? Because I guess you say your radio talk show host is actually a psychic. So how do you? You just don't go out and like, hey man, I want to partner with a psychic. How did you come in this realm? This just get in. This world.
Well, first and foremost, I invest in personal development. I spend a very healthy 5 figures a year. A very healthy 5 figures a year on personal development. I've got 2 performance coaches that I work with regularly. I've got my life coach. I see my Kundalini yoga teacher privately. I've got an energy worker I see every week privately. I've got my tantra teacher I see every week privately. I do my intuition work with Jess every week privately. That's just one angle. I have had business coaching, years of business coaching privately, expensive, right? I go to workshops, retreats, and I spent about $5,000 last week going to an event where I got to learn from millionaires and billionaires. And that's on top of the fact that I spent 15 to 16 years deeply in personal development. I did the maths on it. I've read over 500 books in that time. Well over 500 books. I spent hundreds of thousands on workshops, DVDs, courses, personal development. There's a lot that's accumulated to come and create this state of being I am in now. And it's time. Like I said, 15 to 16 years of a lot of work. I've had personal teachers, I'm up at 3:45 every morning, my meditation, yoga, and spiritual practice daily. I put the work in. It's the long and short of it, you know. My tool, Beyond Intention, is 11 years of pain, trauma, digging in, making mistakes, getting things wrong, and coming out on the other side and surviving. And that's what brings me together as a state of being now, that enables me to then take that information, digest it, and put it into formats so that when I'm dealing with the entrepreneur, I can feel into intuitively and give them what they need, right? When I'm working with people that are going through transition of whatever kind, whether it's a divorce or whether it's midlife crisis or whether it's retirement or moving into entrepreneurship from being in a career space, I'm taking a decade and a half of experience, a lot of books, DVDs, courses, film, workshops, retreats, events, and bringing that together with my very simple, predominantly 4-step formula Beyond Intention, to put it in a package whereby it's not just information, but it's information that you can apply and get results from. Everything comes down to owning your ability to direct the outcomes in your life through what we choose moment to moment. And that's what I empower people to do. And who do I follow? I follow people that speak the truth. I mean, I don't really consume that much. Consumption time is now supporting people like yourself that are putting out good stuff, supporting and sharing your content, as opposed to following people to learn more stuff. I still read a book a week. You know, right now I'm reading, I'm using an audio book to get it done because it's one of the time management tools I use to make sure I meet my target. That's Be Here Now by Ram Dass. Very, very, very powerful man. But once you've read hundreds of books, you start to realize that the truth is really the same across all of them. And actually, you're really going to the book not to get a big chunk of truth, but to get those extra nuggets around it off and add to your experience so that you keep learning, always be moving, ABM. I believe if you're not growing, you're dying, because that's what happens in nature. When nature stops growing, we die. And actually, when we die as humans, it's because the telomeres in our body stop growing. We just stop growing, and that's why we die. As long as we're growing, we're alive. It's when the growing stops that we actually die, we expire. Same with flowers. When we cut them off, they're automatically dying. Whereas when they're still on the bush, they're continuing to grow, right? So I continue to grow and expand, not because I necessarily need to know more key stuff. The core of what I need in order to live the life I want, I do now. I already live the life I want. I get to travel the world. I teach my work. I meet amazing people and have an amazing kick-ass life. I do that already. What I'm really doing is continue to grow and expand, because things are always evolving. But truth is the core, the center is always going to be the same.
That's good. That's good. I know my wife, she made a couple of comments. She said she liked your comment about, moving through the divine matrix. And she says, she likes to read and eat. She said that's what she loves to do most, which, I'm getting into, reading. I pretty much do all mine, pretty much online training and all that stuff. But she said, my eating coach.
One thing I want to encourage people to realize is that it doesn't matter if you're not a reader. The purpose of reading is to learn. You may read this book, you may listen to it, you may watch this interview, they may listen to it as an audio, they may go to a workshop. The important thing is the learning. It's not the medium. Obviously, different mediums hit different parts of the brain and trigger different neurons and circuits in the brain and what have you, so that you can expand your brain. But what's most important is that you learn. Just aim to learn one new thing every day. Or even start with learning one new thing every week. And then when you get into a habit of learning something new every week, aim to learn 2 new things every week, 3, 4, 5, and then start to learn a new thing every day and watch your world expand. And as your world expands, your ability to shop and make more money will expand, because learners are earners. Because when you're learning more and expanding more, you're going to be ahead of what's going on around you. You're going to be more open to different possibilities, more different opportunities. You're just keeping yourself in a bubble that's not expanding, especially with the way that we're in the information age right now, the way that information is expanding, the way that business is shifting. Unless you're staying on top of that and expanding with it, you're going to be left behind.
That's true. That's true. And I know my wife said, let's see, my wife said we need to follow you, which I'm already doing, I guess. Great wisdom drop today. Thanks for sharing. This interview is my new favorite. So that's good.
Thank you very much.
Came on this new favorite. So that's a good thing. But then she also said, put in the work. Because, a lot of people talk about it like, man, I spent this much on, this program. I spent this much, I invested with this, I invested with this. And, I really hadn't seen the results. Yeah, I read this book, or I went to this training, went to this mastermind. I'm still not seeing the the results yet. But you just heard what Dan said. You heard what he said. As far as he said 15 years or more than 15 years.
15 years.
About 15 years or so, approximately 15 years. And you heard the money that he spent. Just last week, he just dropped 5 G's. Just just on the to go to an event. The 3-day event, 5 G's. Are you willing to do that? Because obviously he's on here. He can speak for hours. We've already been talking almost an hour now, because I know we started right on time. Because we've been talking almost actually over an hour now.
Yeah, we were talking before
we got on. So he can speak on these topics for hours. Can you do that? With your business, you need to think about what you're investing in. What are you investing your money in? You going out. You go into the buffets, or you investing in, Rolex watches, investing in cars, investing in clothing. What are you investing your money? You investing in Netflix? And then not to say any of those things are bad, but just like he said, you always got to be growing. You always got to be, moving. You always got to be, constantly. He said, you just heard him say, if you're not attached to something, the flower is not attached to the ground, it's not growing. Once you cut it off, it's dead. It begins to die. He says the only reason why we die is because we're not growing anymore. So what are you doing? What are you doing to grow on this day? Or are you just existing? If you're just existing, then you're dying. You're not growing. So you're pretty much living to die. Now I kind of had a conversation about this yesterday with a guy at work. It's like, as far what are you living for? And I kind of it's like, are you living to live, or are you living to die? He was like, well, pretty much, I'm living to live. It's like, well, how do you know you're living to live? What are you doing each and every day to live? And, he loves going to the, gym. He loves working out. He loves doing stuff like that at the gym and everything like that. So, but if something, that's what he, really wants to do to make, him happy, then that's, because, that's what happiness is about. Somebody just said, being successful is not about having, a ton of money. It's just being happy. If you're happy in the state where you are, that's pretty much a form of success. That's what I see. It's all about, like you were saying, the billionaires, because you were saying, because some people say that, people that have a ton of money, they're mean, they're arrogant and all that stuff. But you just heard him say, there's people with money like that. There's billionaires like that. But there's also billionaires, he said, with, a smile on your face. They're happy doing what they're doing. So, those are the people that you want to be around. Because just because you have money, just because you're a billionaire, doesn't mean that you are necessarily successful. Yeah, you have a lot of money. The world will look at you. Yeah, from the outside, you look successful. But you just heard him say that, he pretty much talked to people, that are actually coming to him, pretty much saying, we got all this stuff. It looks good on the outside, but on the inside, they're empty. So that's what Dan can help you do. He can pretty much help you find your fulfillment, the things that you wanted to do when you were smaller. So this is a good interview, interviews like this. Actually, I had another lady that was on here, she was talking about grieving and everything like that. That's her, her niche and her goal is she actually helps people, that are grieving, somebody, just whether you lost a job, lost a loved one, just dealing with loss, is grieving. And that really wasn't a popular, interview. Not a lot of hits, not a lot of views or anything like that, and it's kind of hard, to do the copy and stuff like that, so it's like some of this stuff that, really deep, people really aren't, listening to. They only want surface stuff. So, it's just, because I guess right now, with the microwave generation, as far as, we want everything. I know they said that in my generation too, but I still think it's even worse now. Because at least on my Facebook feed, you see people that are like, oh yeah, I just closed the deal for, $10,000, like a 15, 16-year-old little kid. It's like, I'm making $10,000 a month. Just closed the deal, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, and then everybody else is looking at that and it's like, oh man, I want that. But actually, I've interviewed some of those people and they've actually sacrificed a lot to get to that point. They're not doing what other teenagers are doing, going out, watching TV, going to parties and all this stuff. Yet you don't see that. Everybody talks about, the iceberg mentality where you only see what's on the surface. You don't see all the years that it took, to build up. Like right here, pretty much everything, every book that you read, every event that you went to, every training that you went to, every interview that you've had, that you've been on, every person that you interviewed. The fact is, you've summed that up for us. I mean, you're just pretty much, you made it easy for us to understand everything that, you acquired over all these years. People don't see that. They just say, oh man, this man, he has it all together, just because he does this and this, he read all these books and all that stuff. It's not like that though, people. I mean, you got to understand the work that he put in. I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, you just heard him say, the amount of money that he spent on his training. So obviously I'm thinking if he spent that much money, then obviously I'm pretty sure he's making at least 10 times that. Like, Grant Cardone, says make 10 times. And obviously you don't have to share your income, but I mean, it's just pretty much, I already know that you're making a ton of money because, I mean, if you're investing that much, I mean, it's just impossible because, I mean, that's a law too. I mean, whatever you get in, you're going to put out. You can't put in 1 + 1 and then get 18,000. You can't do that. I mean, it's an equation. It has to work. 1 + 1 is 2. So if you want 18,000, then you got to figure out something else to do on the other side of that equation to, equal the 18,000. So, I mean, this is a very, 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 very good interview. And I hope that Facebook does what it needs to do to push it out and to get it out.
I just share it on mine as well. It's been an absolute pleasure having this opportunity to share. And like I said, I put a lot of free content out, and I encourage people to take the time to go and check that out. We've got the radio show, and I've got a lot of free videos on my page and YouTube. But what I would say is, no matter what they've taken away from this interview, what they take away from any of the videos, even if they join, I'm doing another 5-day challenge. I did my first 5-day challenge this month. It was really good fun. So the team are putting together another one. We're doing it in mid-April. Do one thing different. No matter what you take away from this interview, make one different choice, one new shift, one thing different. And if you do that, you will see a shift start to happen in your life. Tony Robbins says that if a plane takes off, and don't quote me on the cities, but the principle is still the same. If a plane takes off from London heading to Buenos Aires in Argentina, and there's just 2 degrees off, it can end up in New York. Small shifts, when committed to and followed through on, will produce seismic shifts in the results that you have in your life. Make one new choice off the back of this interview, one thing that has been said. Feel free to reach out and ask any questions. Me, like I said, there's people can come to my workshop or whatever, or come to a live stream. But at the end of the day, what's more important is that you just make one new choice. Do one thing differently. And that one thing, don't just do it today and go back to the old way of doing things. Stick to that new choice and you will see a shift in your life over time. It's the law. It has to happen.
That's good. That's good. Let me get one more question. And usually I end with this question. So if you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why?
To see the future, and it's so that I can make the most effective choices in the now.
That's good. That's good. So I don't know. That's interesting though, because if you saw the future, I wonder if you still make that same choice, or is it, if you made the choice, would it change the future? That's why
there's a paradox with that. And one of the things I've been playing with is this whole idea of astral projection. One of the things I've been messing around with in my training with my psychic coach. And it's very interesting when you start to get into the paradoxes around that and the reality that time is an illusion, that everything's really happening now. But yeah, off head, that one thing that comes to me is something that maybe it's because we've been talking about choice today, but strength doesn't really interest me. Unlimited intelligent choices in the now, I think.
That's good. Well, end on that note, even though, actually, I asked that question to a lot of people. Some people kind of in awe, like, do I need to say something, or is he okay, or But that was the longest pause. But obviously, you were really thinking about. I'm pretty sure you had a lot of stuff running through your head. It's like, if I do this, maybe this, or not.
Yeah, I did some maths on it. Yeah.
But my wife said, time is an illusion.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But thanks for joining us, Dan. This was a very good, interview. So, give a lot of people, to think about. But just like Dan said, you can reach out to him. I put his website here. I pinned the comment on the top of here. I might change it around a little bit just to see, just to monitor the traffic that I'm actually sending to his website. But just like Dan said, if you can change just one thing, take one thing away from the interview, and not even just this interview, just whatever you do each and every day. I heard somebody else say this, you can just change one thing, with your life, or, just try to rearrange one thing today. Just like you heard him say, man, he said, I'm not going to name the locations, but he said, as far as the plane, if you put a plane off to a certain destination, put it off to 1 degree, 2 degrees, it'll actually end up in a totally different location, totally different country. So, just try to change one thing in your life today that you did not do yesterday, do it and just see what happens. So thanks, Dan, for joining us. And I don't know if you want to give people a reach out. I know we got your website. Anywhere else they can reach out? I know they can reach your page.
They can, add me on Facebook or whatever. They can go to my page, which is my name. And like I said, we've got the 5-day challenge. But if you go on my page or add me on Facebook, you'll see what's really going on. There's a few retreats and workshops going on for now. For entrepreneurs, I really recommend, if you are in California and you can get to our mastermind, you will not regret it. And if you can't get there, get on the live stream. It's really reasonable. It's like a couple of $100 for the live stream or whatever. And yeah, just connect with me and let's talk. I do a free call as well. I love the puzzle of meeting new people and seeing what challenges they're having and how we can support them. Just let me know, really.
All right. Thanks so much, Dan, for joining us. And we will see you guys again. Check us out in the group. Check Dan out in his group. And remember, #ABM. Always be moving. Let's go.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, what's going on, everybody? We're back again for another interview today. You just got to try to schedule them when you can. And today I have with me Jelani. I should have asked him his name when I was in the little, in the green room, I guess we can call it. I should have asked him, how to pronounce his name. But actually, I ran into a contact with him. Actually, it was on Kim Dang's page. And it's kind of, I guess they call her, some people call her Kim Possible, and she does a lot of stuff with, Chrome extensions and all that. And I was like, who's this guy? Because I looked at his profile, because obviously that's what I do. I'm pretty sure everybody else does it too. You see somebody you don't know, especially online, being interviewed by somebody, you go to the other person, the person you're not familiar with, you'll go to their profile and look it up. So I went into his profile, looked it up, I was like, worked at ClickFunnels. I was like, man, this guy used to work at ClickFunnels. Then you see he has his ClickFunnels hat on, giving Russell Brunson a free advertisement, so nothing wrong with that. He's got the hat on and the blue colors and everything. So, I just thought, his story was interesting as far as he used to work. I didn't listen to all of the interview, but, I kind of went on his page and looked at some of the stuff. But I mean, we can get him on here, and actually, he can just tell his story of how he came up. Appreciate him coming on. I know he's a busy guy, and I think he used to train or still does train 2 Comma Club award winners. I don't know if that's accurate, correct or not, but I don't know. He can go into a story, but you can have the floor now. Just yeah, so just go ahead and tell some of your background, how you got started in online and all that stuff. So
yeah, sure. So I got into the internet marketing world about 2 or 3 years ago. I just started drop shipping. I used to work at a company that I hated, and I was looking at ways to make more money online. And I made money drop shipping, and I ran out of money. So I was looking for another job, and I saw that ClickFunnels was hiring, and then I applied and I got the job. So I worked my way up to what they call the VIP team, which is basically helping Russell Brunson's inner circle members. So I wasn't actually training them. I was actually just helping them with software issues. But through that, I was able to give them suggestions, I guess you could say, and kind of make sure they were going in the right direction. So yeah, that's basically it. And I through that experience, I was able to gain a lot of information about funnels, about how ClickFunnels works, and I'm very well versed with ClickFunnels. Like I know it like the back of my hand. And because of that experience, I was introduced to a lot of ideas and a lot of people who are influential. And they've been really my fire underneath me to really do it, because the honest truth is anyone can do this. these people that you see in the group, Russell Brunson's Facebook group, and these people that have amazing stories. They're all regular people who followed the process, didn't give up, they were consistent, and they made it. Like they eventually, found that one thing that worked, and that's the reality of it. So it made me really want to go out. So I stopped working at ClickFunnels January 1st. So I've been full time just working on my own stuff, like my YouTube channel and my YouTube ads course that I've been developing.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting story that most people trying to get into ClickFunnels, and it's pretty interesting that you just got out of ClickFunnels. So you're pretty much kind of paving the path where everybody wants to go. So actually, this morning I was actually on YouTube, and you guys might hear a little feedback in my mic. I don't know. I was telling Jelani earlier that I just did. I mean, some of y'all are on the interview. I just had an interview with about an hour and a half long, and mic was fine, but all of a sudden, it kind of, went haywire or whatever, but it's no big deal. I mean, as long as you can hear me, you can hear what I'm saying, understand what I'm saying, so that's good. But actually this morning I was actually somewhere and I was scrolling through, actually looking at some YouTubes, and obviously, if you hit any of Russell Brunson's stuff, I mean, more than likely you're going to get retargeted. But this one ad that I had was actually an hour and a half. I mean, the ad was an hour and a half. It was Russell Brunson talking at the 10X conference. I guess it was last year. And I want to ask Jelani, how do you, well, first off, how do you do YouTube ads? Actually, you can just kind of spill off of this. I'm just going to give you a lot to digest, to talk about. But first off, how do you do YouTube ads? And then how do you get a long ad like that? Because most people don't have long ads. To get a longer ad, do you have to pay more money or, stuff like that? But you can just go ahead and, explain that.
Sure. So YouTube ads work through AdWords. So Google owns YouTube. So if you have an AdWords account, you're able to essentially run ads and anyone can do it. It is a little different than Facebook where they do a manual review process of the ads. So they're a little more strict on what you can post, but there is no time limit or anything like that. So anyone can run an ad. The shorter ads obviously just probably work a little bit better. So I'm assuming Russell's targeting people that already know who he is and have a little more that's not their first interaction with them, basically. So that can probably work. I don't know what ad it was, but I'm assuming that it was probably just something that was promoting something. I don't know what it was, but so there's no time limit. But as a general thumb, I think my ads literally like 3 to 5 minutes, and that just works for me. But there's no time limit, and anyone can do it. So if you have an AdWords account, you can just make an ad, run it, and see if it does well. I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, I do have a 5-day challenge, so I can give you the link, but for anyone who wants to join to learn how to run YouTube ads, you can definitely do the challenge. But yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting, because I know that especially being agency owners, because I have a lot of agency owners in my group. Well, obviously pretty much all agency owners, and just starting out. I know a lot of people are telling them different ways to market or acquire clients, and even if they already have clients, there's different ways that they can actually help their clients. But most agencies are just doing as far as running ads for their clients and running ads for themselves and developing clients. They're just pretty much doing, Facebook, and you hear them throwing Instagram a little bit. And obviously, they got SEO and they do Google ads. But I guess, that would be, part of, is that part of the Google ads, the AdSense as far as YouTube ads, or how does that work? Or just the ads on the page? Is that different?
AdSense is like, if you become a partner of YouTube, it's a separate thing. You get paid out. So like, if people run ads on your channel and people click on the ad, then you get paid because it was on your channel, on your video. So that's one thing. But then the ads part, like if you're actually running ads on other people's content or other people's videos, then that's where AdWords would come into play. So AdSense and AdWords are two different things. But I mean, obviously you can make money from both. If you're partner with YouTube, you can have other people monetize on your channel, and then you can also run ads on other people's channels. So there's different ways you can target on YouTube ads. You can target based on specific videos. So like you can get a whole list of videos, and there's tools out there that allow you to like kind of scrape YouTube to see which videos are monetized, because you can only run ads on monetized videos. So you can make a list of videos that are monetized and then run your ads on those specific videos. You can run ads based on specific channels. So if you have, a list of channels that are in your niche, you can make an ad targeting those channels, and any videos on those specific channels your ad would be shown on those videos. Then you can target based off of keywords. So for example, if someone types in how to make money online, and you have an ad that's targeting those specific keywords, then that your ad would be shown for when someone typed that in. Those are the main ways. There's other ways you can do it. That's a little advanced, but I like keywords. That's just my thing. Just getting a list of keywords, seeing which keywords work, and then breaking them down and cutting the ones that are not getting me impressions or getting me conversions, and then just increasing the cost but also scaling the keywords that are working in my favor.
So you pretty much do keywords. So in Facebook, pretty much do like target audiences and stuff like that. The way you can target audience, you can target pages, you can target. They kind of cut back some of the demographics and all that stuff. They restricted them. So So I guess in YouTube, I know you say that you can target specific channels, but I mean, how are the demographics or how are as far as targeting, what's the difference between targeting in Facebook and targeting in YouTube?
Yeah, it's a good question. So like you said, Facebook is all about interest targeting. So, if someone's interested in ClickFunnels, right, you can target ClickFunnels as a whole and run ads to that specific group of people that are interested in that thing. Whereas for YouTube, it's all about search and intent. So, by search intent, I mean people who are searching specific things, or people who are going to specific channels or watching specific videos. You can target on YouTube based off of topics, and interests as well. So on Facebook, you can only do interest, but on YouTube, you can say, I want to target someone that is interested in cars, right? And then you can target that segment of people who have some type of interest in cars, and Google will figure that out based on the data that they've collected, because every single website on the web pretty much has a Google Analytics pixel, or like some type of connection to Google where Google can, kind of scrape that data. And then we're able to use it as advertisers. We can target by age as well. Like on Facebook, you can target by if someone has a high school education, if someone doesn't have a high school education, if someone went to college, if someone's starting a business, or looking for information on how to start a business. So there's a lot of different ways that you can target, and it's I would say it's more advanced than Facebook, because Facebook kind of limits on like what you can do. And I like YouTube because of that search intent factor, where I'm not randomly showing ads to people. I'm showing ads to people who are actually interested in what I'm talking about. So I'm not going to, it will only show the ad to people who are either looking up Facebook ads or have some type of interest in Facebook ads, right? And that will increase my conversions because they're already looking for that thing. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's that.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, that's interesting that you're saying that. Yeah, if you guys are on live now, hashtag live, hashtag replay, you know what I say here, you know what the motto is here, you know why you guys are here. Always be moving, hashtag ABM. So this is, pretty interesting that he is actually saying that because, a lot of people just talk about, well, you take your agency and then you just advertise on Facebook. So right now, I think somebody said that, to acquire a client for an agent is maybe you spend about $50. So, in comparison, because a lot of people aren't talking about it. So it's kind of like, where Facebook was maybe like 5 years ago or so, So, obviously this is pretty interesting that we're talking about YouTube ads because, really not many people are talking about it. So, what's the the conversion rates? I mean, is it cheaper to run ads on YouTube in comparison to Facebook, or is this something agency owners need to be looking at?
Right. Yeah. Good question. Yeah, definitely. I think people who are content creators or people who have agencies should definitely be looking into YouTube ads. So for example, I was asking people like a few days ago or a week or two ago, I was trying to get some like information about webinars, because there's a lot of people who run webinars, and some agency owners might have clients that are running webinars. And the general consensus was you're paying about $4 to $7 per lead for a webinar registrant. And for me, I'm getting less than $3. So my costs are significantly less than if I were to go on Facebook. Obviously it depends on niche. Like I can't speak for, everyone's niche, and every niche is different. But from what I've seen, YouTube ads is less, like you said, because it's not saturated. There's not a lot of people who are comfortable with being on camera, and that's a misconception that you have to be on camera to run a YouTube ad. You don't. You can run YouTube ads without being on camera, but that's a block that people put themselves in. Like, I have to be on camera, so I'm not going to run a YouTube ad, which gives us an advantage, right? Because less people on YouTube ads, the less the cost is. But I think it's worthwhile for agency owners to definitely take a peek, and definitely, test it out. And if they are interested, there's coupons out there. So if you spend $25 on YouTube, they'll give you $100 in credit, just because they know that a lot of people are not, like, they're trying to get people in because they know like a lot of people are not doing it. But yeah, no, it's definitely something people should look into, and the costs are lower from what I've seen. I can't speak for everyone, but from my experience, it's definitely lower.
Wow, you guys need to check this out, because obviously you said you had a course. Yeah, you can drop the link out in. I don't know if I said yes, yay or nay, but yeah, you can drop the link, and I don't know, we can talk about that later. But I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously, this is something that, because it's kind of intriguing me. I want to buy the course, that way I can figure out, what's going on. Because I mean, you just heard him say YouTube's giving people. I mean, if you pay $25, they're going to give you $100. So what, you get $125 in ads for $25?
Well, you get.
How does that work?
You spend $25, and then they credit you $100. So essentially, you're getting 70. I guess $100 free. I guess essentially.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they, you can test it out and see, if it's worthwhile. I mean, it depends. Again, it depends on the niche. Depends on the video ad, obviously. Since I have some experience with it, like, I know what works and like what works for me. But it's definitely cool. It's interesting, and I think I'm betting that in the next few years, probably next year or two, you're gonna see a lot of people transitioning to YouTube ads. Facebook ads is great, it works, but costs are just going to continue to rise. And to be in this game, in this day and age, you have to diversify your traffic. That's one thing that I learned at ClickFunnels, is like, the top guys don't just rely on Facebook. They're diversifying the traffic to make sure that if, an ad on Facebook is not working, an ad on YouTube or PPC is working, right? That's just an example, but diversifying, but putting more emphasis on YouTube ads. I can bet that that's going to happen in the next few years for sure.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, especially if you're seeing results, because I mean, obviously your results right now, conversion rates are lower, even on YouTube. So obviously, a lot of marketers and everything, like, they catch on to that, then obviously, yeah, they're going to come over to YouTube and they're going to draw the price up. So I mean, that's interesting that you're saying diversify, because actually James Smiley was just talking about that, as far as diversifying, and actually I'm in the process of doing that now, where my mentor, Rob Quinn, he is actually everywhere. I mean, you can pretty much see his face everywhere. And I think, well, obviously we know that's how Tai Lopez blew up too, because I mean, he's on Snapchat, he's on Instagram. I mean, he has, he's on YouTube, he's on Facebook. And I don't know, I don't go on Twitter, so I don't know if he's on Twitter or not. And then, if you're just on a regular, web page, sometimes, Tai pops up on there too. So, I mean, that's pretty interesting that, you're saying, diversify the traffic. I see it looks like Devin joined us. What's going on, Devin? Amit joined us, Amit Ali. Hashtag live if you're on live, hashtag replay on replay, and hashtag ABM on here. We're talking about YouTube ads with Jelani. He used to work at ClickFunnels, used to build funnels, everything like that. And we're talking about, how you can actually just transition your ads, or not necessarily, transition totally, where you're pulling them from Facebook totally, but I mean, you might need to start exploring, going into, YouTube ads, looking at getting a YouTube ad, especially being, an agency on. So, Jelani, let me ask you a question as far as what is your, I guess you're one of the biggest takeaways that, as far as on your journey, or what's the aha moment that you had where everything just seemed like it clicked? Because obviously, you said you used to work at ClickFunnels, but now you're off doing your own thing. So, I mean, I guess what happened up until the point where you got the ClickFunnels, before ClickFunnels, at ClickFunnels, and, now, I mean, what's a big takeaway that you had? What was the aha moment that just, it was like, man, it's like, because of this moment, this is where I am now?
Yeah. Probably the model that ClickFunnels goes by internally, which is ready, aim, fire. And it's basically like, regardless if you don't think it's going to work, regardless if you haven't tested it before, just do it, right? So at ClickFunnels, it was always changing day to day. Every single day, there's a new implementation for like SOPs, standard operating procedures. There's always something new with the platform. So like you can imagine that it was just crazy. But throughout that craziness, there was structure and they just did things. Like it was just do it, and I think a lot of people, especially like when I was getting started, I was so a perfectionist and just like, oh, this has to be perfect, and this thing, this, that. But you have to just go do it, see what happens, and edit as you go, revise as you go. And I think that's the biggest thing, is like not actually getting something to the light of day because you have those like thoughts in your head, like it's not going to work. I don't know if people like this, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because when you launch something, you learn either it's, a good experience, you learn that you shouldn't do that again, or, you learn that it's going to work out and that you should keep going. So there's always a learning experience that you can learn from. And that's probably the biggest thing. The second biggest thing is like, I learned that every single situation that I go into is a learning experience, and ClickFunnels was a big learning experience. Like every day I learned something new. Every day I put something in, and I call it my like mental toolbox for like, I can use that later. So like even little things like on Facebook, I'm scrolling down and I see just people writing things, or just things that catch my eye. I have a whole folder of marketing techniques on Facebook that I just save posts. I can go back and revisit them. I have a whole folder on my browser that just has folders of funnels that I can go back and review, that I can learn from. So always learning something new and always just getting ready to implement, just go for it and, see what happens.
That's good. That's good. You're saying that. I guess speaking of learning something new, I was kind of, actually I saw it let me pull it up, because I saw it on your screen. It looks like you got the, what is it? The .com secrets in the back, the 3 books in the back. And then, I don't know, I got to do better, I guess, with my staging. You're teaching me stuff here, as far as staging and everything. I like that. But, as far as learning and how Jelani said, you need to keep, just try stuff, put it out there. Because a lot of people are just scared to, try, like getting on camera. I had somebody actually, come out to me and was like, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? Because really, I only started doing these interviews in the past, 2 months or so. So, I just got out there and kind of do it, because I didn't like getting on camera. Sometimes I still, some of the interviews and stuff I have, I get a little nervous and all that stuff. But the thing is, actually I just had a Bumble, whatever you want to say. I had one now, so, I mean, it doesn't matter, as far as, just get out there, don't be afraid to make mistakes. Don't be afraid to fail. Like you always say, somebody said, you want to fail forward. I think Will Smith talked about, he gave a, motivational speech where you say, if you're going to fall, or if you're going to, fail, make sure you fall forward. That way you're constantly, still moving forward. So, the thing is just, just get out there and try it. Oh yeah, about the camera. So yeah, I had somebody reach out to me and they said, they're like, I'm trying to get on, they said, what are you doing? And I kind of told them what I was doing, working on my personal brand and all that stuff. I want to interview people, not just working on my brand, but just trying to learn stuff too. And actually taking people, along the journey as I learn, that's why I interview James Smiley, he's pretty big, as far as he does a lot of stuff now. He does a lot of coaching and everything, you and your YouTubes. And I'm going to interview Kim, and she does stuff, with not really bots, but I guess she does have a bot, but she really talks about Chrome extensions and all that stuff, building out Chrome extensions. So, I mean, that's the thing, just get out there. But I mean, like I said, you don't have to jump right into it, Right. You can just, progressively do stuff, as far as getting on camera, just go live, not even live, just record a video in your room by by yourself,
Yeah.
and constantly, work your way up to it. So that's pretty interesting, as far as you saying that. And then I got a couple of other questions as far as why do you think that people you've seen a lot of entrepreneurs and everything, and especially, working at ClickFunnels. I know you're around a lot of them. People made a ton of money, and I guess some people coming in, I guess they started from zero, went to whatever, and you actually met some of these people before. And the thing is, everybody doesn't make it. So, I know you've probably seen people that, came in, or, even seen funnels that were built out and they just kind of plopped off, and maybe even obviously, yeah, you said that, because they obviously, if they keep changing and stuff, there's got to be a reason why they're changing. Well, obviously, yeah, because you're Russell Brunson, and you probably don't want to, consistently do the same thing. You're always moving. But I guess as far as what is number one reason, like the people whose funnels did not make it, the people who, businesses did not make it, what is the number one reason why you think that people fail and they do not meet their goals and their dreams?
Probably not launching something, and not having a good offer.
All right. And then I guess how do you, what would be your recommendation to create a good offer? How do you know if it's a good offer or not? Well, obviously, yeah, if it sells, but
right. I think the best way is to give value. So whatever you're offering, so if it's like a course or something, why your course, right? So don't just give random offers, make them complement each other, make sure that they make sense with each other, and make sure that you can deliver on those things. I feel that a lot of funnels, a lot of course creators, they say these things, and a lot of it's misleading, a lot of it is not true. And half the time they don't actually follow through with whatever they say. So make sure that whatever your offer is, that you can do it. You can actually see through it, and make them complement each other. Make sure they make sense for the niche and the audience that you are trying to serve, and make sure that you're putting your customer first. I think one of the biggest things that I learned is kind of build the funnel backwards. So start with, and this is something I learned from Stephen Larson, but also learned from ClickFunnels internally. So start with the middle of the funnel, and then make sure that middle part works. So if it's a course, make sure that course works, and then build the front end, and then build the upsells, and kind of work around the core offer. A lot of people build the landing page, and they build the I guess the tripwire, whatever it is that you're building. They build that first, but then they don't have something to follow up with it. And if you have a core offer, it's way easier to build around that rather than start with a tripwire, then try to build the core offer, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. That makes sense, because looks like Jack just joined. What's going on, Jack? My wife is on here. She put the hashtag live on there. It looks like Yeah, because a lot of people, I know I heard, actually Rob Quinn talks about this as far as, with a lot of stuff, even in sales and everything, if you're an agency owner and you're trying to sell, a deal or something like that, he talks about reverse engineering. You need to start from, from the back, from the closed deal, then work your way back to, right when you're going into the meeting, kind of think, what the agency owner might say and stuff like that. And then that's kind of interesting, because a lot of people, they do say reverse engineer. Some people say, well, start from the beginning, build your funnel from the beginning, start with your free product and build your way up to your your tripwire, then your main product core, your core offer, and then like that. So, but he's saying, Jalili is saying, oh yeah, and then some people say, reverse engineer, where you start all the way at the end and then work your way back. Right. But that does make sense that you say, you start with the course, because once you have the course and the main product, then you can just build little small products off of that. You can kind of entice people, because obviously, if you have a course and what's in the course, then you can pull a segment out of that course and make it like a PDF or something. But then, if people get a piece of that course, then it's like, well, I need the rest of it. You only give them just a little certain piece, where they'll want more, where they'll pay, either get your free download your free PDF. But then, you pay, even take out a little more, put a little more information in your tripwire. But then, once you do that, this is the way I'm seeing it. I don't know if this is how, it works or not, but this is kind of the way I'm thinking of, how you can do that. Because once, you start with the course, so just pull a little bit more out of the course, make a, like a $17 to $27 product. I don't know what the codes are. I think what Tripwire is what price, 17 to 47 or 97 or something.
Yeah.
But and then, if you have a course, and then you can actually build on to that, like your coaching program and stuff like that on the back end. So, I mean, that's a great idea. So, I mean, if you guys are out there thinking about building funnels, that's a way you can build funnels, and build courses around your funnels, because everybody wants to build a course now. Everybody's going into building, courses and all that stuff about SMA. And actually, my wife was on one last night, and actually, there's another lady. I don't know if she's in the health niche or what, but her name's Amy Porterfield. But I mean, she was talking about teaching people how to build a course, which that was her course. So that's pretty interesting. You said that. And let me go ahead and I guess just, close out the interview. Now, there's one question that I always ask, pretty much ask it at the end. And some people think it's a deep question. Some people think, it's a lighthearted question. But let me ask you, so if you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why?
Read minds.
To read minds. Why would you want to read people's minds?
Because a lot of people say something, but they don't really mean it. So to be able to get into someone's mind, that's like the ultimate power, because then you can kind of design your message around what they're actually thinking and what they truly believe. Not only that, like, you can just navigate the world just so much easier. Like, you can just tell like who's with you, who's not with you. A lot of people are not for you, man. A lot of people just, one thing I learned a long time ago is a lot of people are just nosy and they want to know stuff. They just don't care about you. They just care about what's going on. They don't care about you, but they care about what you're doing and they want to know. And I feel like if you can read someone else's mind, then their motives before they even can get to that point.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you never really. Then you would see, the heart of a person. I mean, I heard people say read minds, before. I mean, they give that, that answer. But I've never really heard, I've never heard it, spun that way. So that's pretty interesting that you said that. But I mean, if you want to reach out to Jelani, I mean, how can they reach you? I know you got the course. I mean, you got a website, you got a Facebook page, Instagram page. Where are you at the most? Or just you can let everybody know where else, just give everybody, just give all your social media platforms that you're on.
Yeah, for sure. So you can follow me on YouTube, Jelani the Marketer. You can find me on Facebook. Just search my name, Jelani. And then pretty much, yeah, YouTube and Facebook is like the main ones. And then I'm sure I can give you the link for the challenge if people want to hop in on there. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
That's good. So I appreciate you coming on here. And like you said, he's going to have, hey, Norma, how you doing? Just join us. You have to go back and watch the replay about YouTube ads and everything like that. So Jelani said, it's kind of, it's not saturated yet. It's going to be saturated. But obviously, because once marketers find out if they can go into an area, go into, a certain location, certain place, if it's cheap advertisement, obviously marketers are going to find out. So you need to go ahead and jump on board. And this guy's giving you actually a platform to do that. I mean, before, everybody jumps on, you can get in now and actually know how to do it. You don't have to worry about, testing and all that. He's already done all the testing for you, obviously, because he has a course. And I just saw a post on his Facebook page where he actually gave a campaign that he ran on YouTube, which he got low amount of, I guess he got a lot of subscribers for, a minimum amount of money or whatever. So, low ad spend costs, for low conversion rate on, for his subscribers and everything or whatever he was doing. I know he said pretty much you just heard him say that he got subscribers for about $3, which is lower than what the average is. So he knows what he's doing. So, I advise you to go check out your course if you're advertising anything. It doesn't have to be agency stuff. I know there's some people on here, especially my wife, she's in the health niche. So you can advertise stuff, with health products and all that stuff. So go check out his course. He'll give me the link. I'll drop it in the comments. And you can go check out his page because I'm sure it's all on his, his Facebook page, his Instagram page. But you heard everything. So I just want to thank you for joining us today, Jelani. And again, yep.
No problem.
Let everybody know.
For having me.
All right.
I sent you a message to the challenge, so you can drop that. But yeah, thank you so much for having me, and I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, and we'll do it again. And as always, hashtag ABM, always be moving. You guys have a good one, and I'll be back on here. Probably I may have another interview on Thursday, but you guys have a good one, and take care.
See ya.
All right, yes, we are live here with Anna, and actually we're going to talk some about how she grew her agency and everything. She's the owner of pronounce it Piccolo.
Yeah.
All right, and actually let me go ahead and put her name up, and I want to thank her for joining. And actually, before we get into the interview, talking about scaling our agencies and social media and everything, I wanted to actually ask her about her dogs, because I know she has I think several dogs. So I just like for you to two dogs. So
can you hear?
I cannot hear them. But
okay.
I cannot. So would you like to tell us their names and the breeds and all that stuff? So
yeah, I have two adorable boxers, and they don't like it when mommy does podcasts, because then they have to get locked out. So so they're outside if you hear them scratching. But it's Wrigley and Marlowe are my two boxers.
Yeah, that's interesting. I know. I guess somehow I figured out, I think we were talking or something, and she said, she's like, I'll be at home, for this interview. And she said, I have two dogs that, the only thing that are keeping me company now. So,
they're my office mates. I think they do a good job of keeping me, there's a good balance between work focus and mommy take us outside, or play with us, which is good. But the hardest thing is calls and podcasts and things like that, because they always want to participate, which makes it hard. So yeah,
I guess on some of the calls, actually you could have brought them in there tonight, so it's really no big deal. So on some of them I guess it really doesn't matter. But so if you guys are joining with us live, I'd like for you to just hashtag live, and if you're on live, and then if you're watching this on the replay, just hashtag replay. So actually the first question I have for you tonight, Anna, is actually, how did you begin? I mean, what's your story as far as how did you even get into social media marketing? Because I think, then I guess let's debrief. Actually, we met each other at a Tai Lopez mastermind, which has been some time ago now. So, she was actually telling me her story, as far as, I think you were unemployed at the time, or you can go ahead and take over. So
you can go ahead. You can tell the rest. That'd be great. I was started working when I was 16 in restaurants, and did that until I was about 22. I started doing private club management, and then when I was about 28, decided that I didn't want to keep doing that for the rest of my career. You can only kind of go so far in private club management. So I was always really passionate about marketing. And so I left the private club world and started taking some contract gigs in digital marketing, learned how to work remotely and with project management systems. But I waited a little too long to get another real job, and ended up on unemployment, and kind of said, I've always wanted to start my own company, and if I'm going to do it, this is the time to do it. It's, the least amount of risk. I'm already out here. I might as well try. And in Nashville at the time, this has been almost 5 years ago now, there weren't a lot of companies doing comprehensive outsourced marketing. So, we do social media, but we also do SEO and email and websites and that kind of thing. So I just kind of made it up. I was like, this is the thing I do now. I have a company, and it was wonderful. People started hiring me, and we've grown since then. So we, went from being just me, and now we have a big team. So that's kind of how I got started. It was sort of a combination of forces in the universe, and then just sort of seeing that opportunity.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. And as far as I guess if you had a number one thing that you would tell, I guess, people starting out, because actually, I guess a lot of people that will come to my Facebook group, because actually we're live here in my Facebook group. So a lot of people that will actually come here, they're actually starting out in their agency. So I guess as far as one particular goal or one particular thing that, you would tell them to, what's one particular important thing that they need to do as far as starting out in their agency?
Yeah. So can I have two?
Oh, that's fine. Just you can have 30 or 40 if you want to.
I can't rank them, so you're gonna get both. Okay. The number one piece of advice that I got before I started my agency, which has made, I can't even tell you the difference it's made in growing a business, is get paid up front. So a lot of people come from like a corporate background where they're used to like a net 30 or a net 60 pay. And they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to do all this work and then I'm going to send you an invoice and then like, you're going to pay me. When you're just starting out as an independent, like you just can't afford that. So when I went to start the company, I interviewed a lot of different people and they were all like, gosh, I wish, like, cash flow is the hardest thing for me, especially because when you're independent, if you don't have the payment system already set up from the beginning, it puts you in a negative light where you have to be like a bill collector. And it's really hard to be both. It's hard to be like a positive strategist and social media account manager, like, oh yeah, I'm going to take care of your business and grow it, but then have to go back and be like, except you haven't paid me and now I got to call you 5 times and try to collect. So we built in from day one to our contract, you have to pay up front. Every month you pay up front. And if if something happens or whatever, and there's reimbursement, just get it tailored up front. And I've never had a single person like bulk at that. Some people have asked me why do I have to pay you up front? And I go, because it's a monthly retainer and I can't repossess it. It's not like a car where if you don't make a payment, I get to take back that tweet. Like you can't repossess, the digital. And a lot of what we do is it's strategy and it's development of like content, and you can't repossess an Instagram post, and like you really can't possess all of the the audience you built for them and the just the concept behind the campaign itself. Like if they don't pay for that, they're just going to use it. So number one is get paid up front, make it part of your contract, done deal. The second thing, and this is something that I learned along the way as I was growing, and it's really what's helped me scale, is everything that you're doing now, turn it into a scalable, teachable system. So what seems completely commonplace to you is not going to be the same way that everyone does it, especially when it comes to social media. So like there are maybe 8 to 10 steps to create social media on a monthly basis. And when I started bringing people in, I realized that they were never going to do it the same way. So I had to create a project management system. We use Asana. So we use it's a free version. Still 4.5 years in, we're using the free version, but I created templates. When I'm doing work, rather than trying to figure out how I'm going to teach someone later, I just video record it. So I just video record the screen, I narrate what I'm doing, and then I turn it into subtasks or instructions. So when someone comes in for the first time, I'm not having to stop what I'm doing and individually train each person. And I'm not having to go back and go, well, I wonder if they did it up to my standard. Like there's a very clear instruction on how to do every single thing within my business. So that's the other thing. It's hard to go back. If you don't do that from the beginning, when you're ready and busy enough to hire help, it's going to be harder to stop and go back and train them. If you just start recording what you're doing now, by the time you get to the point that you're hiring someone, it's going to be a lot easier.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I know as far as this training and everything, actually I have 2 points, but we're going to touch on, I guess, the system aspect of it, because actually I'm in a mentorship program now. I don't know if you heard of it or not, but actually it's Rob Quinn, which is one of the reasons why I'm actually started to do these, interviews. You always need somebody to just push you, kind of like a mentor or something, behind you. So, and I guess as far as the systems, he's actually telling us to do that now, where everything that he does online, and actually I've been following the guy out of Tampa, Florida as well, Travis Stephenson, and he owns, the development company, or actually a software, kind of like ManyChat, a bot software company. And he does that as well. Like every time he builds out a campaign, he actually records it, and then he actually repurposes it and puts it in, the training area and all that stuff. So, I mean, that's actually smart and all, along the same lines as, what we're learning and doing now. So, I mean, that's good to know. So Yeah, so you agency owners out there, make sure that you record everything. I mean, even if if you think it's insignificant and irrelevant, just do it anyway. Document what you're doing.
We have one rule in the company, because it's not just me. That's the other thing. The bigger your company gets, other people in your company that work for you should be making systems and templates. I make some of them right now, but most of them are being made by the team at this point. We have a rule. If it will happen in our company's history, if this will have to happen more than once, it's now a template. Period. So if you're doing something and you're like, I think we're going to do this again in the future, you need to be thinking the way you're doing it as okay, this is going to be a template. So, we launched a new client about a week and a half ago. We're building out we're testing out some new landing pages and funnels. And as we're doing the funnels, I'm like, okay, these are all templates. So, this is a new funnel system that we're testing, and I'm building it from scratch. And the whole time I'm going, okay, I'm going to record a video. This is what you edit. These are the forms you fill out, so on and so forth. And then it just, the next time we do it, it'll take half the time.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Make sure, once you get, develop your team, make sure, you're telling your team to do what you do. So, it's kind of just passing information down from, one to another, then it kind of expands. And actually, that's pretty much along the same lines as what we're trying to do in our groups as well, is once we get our, because obviously our groups are just starting out. So once we get people in our groups, because right now it's just us. So we're trying to actually, use other people in our groups to expand and do training videos and all that stuff. So, that's pretty interesting. That you said that. And I guess as far as the payment system, because I've noticed, actually, I went to a conference in Atlanta, and it was J.R. Rivas. I'm not sure if you know him or not, but we had, I guess, multiple guests and stuff that were there. And one of the guests that got up and spoke, he was talking about how he actually charges to generate what am I thinking? So actually he charges, I guess, up front to generate a contract. So he actually charges a client just to generate a contract. He's like, it'll cost you $300-400 just for me to generate a contract, which I think that was just, a fabulous idea, because, once you get one contract, you can pretty much just, change a few little words in it or whatever and just send it to, other customers, just depending on, what it is. And then he said he uses that contract also as audit for their business, because he's like, this isn't just, any contract. It's like it's an audit of your business. So that's really what you're paying for. Yeah. So whether you work with me or not, I'm going to get paid. So that's interesting that you said, something like that as far as getting paid, up front. And then I know that my mentor actually, recommends a retainer fee, making, or not really a retainer, but just a build out fee in the beginning, just to build out their campaigns and everything.
Yeah.
So
and that's exactly how, when you were asking, how did I scale my business? That's it. I didn't go in from day one. I knew I didn't want to have to be hustling for a couple $100 every time. It's look, you're going to need this for at least 6 months. So when I started, it was 6 month terms. So it's okay, this is what I'm going to do for you. And we'd line it out. I would come in, we would talk, we would do, like you said, the audit. Still, if I feel like a client right now is a valid client, prospect, I still don't charge really for the, the contract up front. Some clients, though, you can tell, they're not really sold on it. They just want the strategy. And so we've done that before. We usually will do one discovery meeting that's about 45 minutes to an hour, complimentary. If we get a good vibe and they feel like they're serious, then we'll push forward for free. If we feel like they're just milking us for information, then we're like, hey, we would be happy to have additional meetings with you, but they're going to be X number of dollars per hour, or it's going to be X number of dollars for us to make a strategy. But most of the time, you can, after you've had a couple of those, you can pick up on it, But yeah, all of it is retainer based, because then you have recurring income. So you have a scope of services and you go, this is how much that's going to be a month. One of the things that's funny is that I refuse to give an hourly rate to any client. And especially my retainer clients, they'll be like, oh yeah, I know we're on retainer. Can you do this extra thing for me? What's your hourly rate? I don't have an hourly rate. And some of them are like, what do you mean you don't have an hourly rate? How dare you, sir, not have an hourly rate? And it's dude, I don't because what they're going to do is they're going to take your retainer, they're going to divide it by your hourly rate. And then they're going to be like, well, if you're not doing whatever, like I'm going to use easy numbers. You're charging me $100 a month. You said your hourly rate is $25. Are you working 4 hours a month for me? Because if you're not, like, I should be getting at least 4 hours from you. And like, that's the mentality of like corporate America and having a job and like, you know, a formal, that's not what entrepreneurship is. Like, if I'm charging you $100 a month for something and I can figure out how to do it more efficiently, how to be faster, how to get you better results with half the work, that's my benefit. Like that's the value that I bring, and I get to make that, or, you know, pocket that money. So, you know, it's kind of, I think it all comes full circle, but you have to set that tone from the beginning with clients.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, as far as I guess, you know, charging clients and everything like that, you know, that is really true. Because as far as, you know, as far as the, I guess, the hourly rates, it's like you're pretty much, you know, a self-employed person, you know, kind of like, you know, you're going from, you know, an employment job, because that's the way a self-employment person thinks. They charge you by hours, but entrepreneurs, you know, I mean, so I guess if a business owner approached me like that, I would actually say, you know, it really doesn't matter how much time I'm spending on you, because obviously I know a couple of guys that are actually spending minimal time, but they're getting significant results. So I mean, does it really matter? Yeah, does it really matter how much time I spend on your campaigns and stuff?
I'm not selling time, I'm selling value. And that's a hard thing, because when you first start out, I'm going to be honest, Mike, you and I had a conversation about this, I believe, at that first Tai Lopez mastermind. And it's like, look, when I first started out, I was on unemployment. So I wasn't selling by the hour, but I was selling whatever the hell anyone would buy. I'm like, oh, you need, you know, social media and email marketing for $200 a month. That's amazing. Can I clean your toilet when I come over to, like, come on. I mean, it just, you know, you have to make it work. And so now I think that there's a much more established pricing model for some of these things. And so it's easier to come into the game with some baseline pricing. But like, if you start selling your time by the hour, you're going to run out of time. If you start, you know, selling value from day one, this is the value I'm bringing you, they won't question your time. So it doesn't matter if it took you 2 hours or 4 hours or 8 hours. Like, again, the more efficient you get, it's the same value to them. And that's what they should be buying.
Yeah, that's a good point. And as far as the other questions go, we are, I guess, what would you attribute as your number one reason for your success? I mean, I know that you like giving, you know, more than one answer. So, I mean, you can give more than one if you want to. So,
Mike's very like, I know that you do not conform to the limitations of my question. I would say, actually, this is going to be really, this one I'm going to switch it up only because you said that. The number one contributor to my success has been relationships. And I think that what I found is that is very hard for people to accept, because I think a lot of times, and I've just recently kind of come to terms with this as well. Like, I think a lot of times we look at successful people and it's marketing, right? Well, follow this formula and you'll get 10,000 Instagram followers in 2 weeks. You know, like, there's been a sensationalized marketing strategy behind the road to success. And I have not experienced that. I don't know if other people have, but like, I really think that even when when I'm talking to some people that are using those marketing tactics, I mean, they're even saying like, yeah, that's like the headline you put on it to get attention. That's not the way you got there. You know, there are no overnight successes. So my number one has been relationships. So when I first started the company, people don't like email marketing. I'm just going to side note this. People are like, oh, email isn't sexy. It's not awesome like social or SEO. Email marketing is what built my business. It's what builds a lot of people's businesses. Like, you can, let's use Tai Lopez. You know, Tai has an amazing YouTube and social media strategy. And yeah, but like, I only got on Tai Lopez's radar in February of this year. So, I mean, what is that? 9 months ago, and I've received over 700 emails from Tai Lopez. Have you?
Yeah, I get a lot too. So
I created a special Tai Lopez folder, and I was like, I'm just going to put all of that. I'm not going to delete or unsubscribe. I'm going to move them over. Email marketing is where it's at. So anyway, it's about cultivating relationships. When I launched my company, I took all of the emails that I had. Luckily, I had a CRM. I'd collected that for a while in my corporate career itself. I had one, and I sent an email out to everybody that I knew. And I said, hey, not salesy, just wanted to give you an update. I'm no longer with this company. I have started my own marketing company agency. If you know anyone who's looking for this kind of support at small business or, introductory level, please give them my information. I mean, that in the first 6 months, I had 17 clients. I had so many clients, I had to hire help and lose some clients that weren't the right fit for me anymore. Right. But that was the thing, is it was all based on referral. I didn't hire a salesperson until 2 months ago. I was in business for 4.5 years before I hired a salesperson. Everything else has been relationships. When I hire, I don't post a job ad on Indeed. I mean, I know could you imagine if you posted a job ad on Craigslist that said work from home in your pajamas, posting on Facebook while you watch Netflix, and then send me an invoice for how many hours you worked. I trust you to be honest about the time. You'd have 8,000 applications. So instead, I send the job description out to about 40 or 50 people in my networking circle. And I say, who do you know that you would hire that would fit this job description? And the team of people I have is amazing. I mean, Mike, you and I were talking earlier. I had my whole team over to my house today, and we did our Thanksgiving thing. And they're my family. So that really has been the key impactor. And I think a lot of people think that they can hunker down and just, did Facebook ad their way into success, or they can, just powerhouse, I'm just going to get on and I'm going to do, so many social media posts that people just can't help but find me and hire me. No one has ever written a tweet so funny and amazing that someone's like, oh, where do I sign? It just doesn't happen like that. So I think the answer to your question is relationships. And I think most new business owners, whether in digital marketing or any industry, really need to hone in on that relationship building skill.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting you said that, because we're always talking about, your net worth is your net worth. So I know Tai Lopez is big. That's actually one reason why I'm on this interview with you right now, is because we were networking with each other, building relationships. So and then I guess a lot of people don't look at email marketing. Actually, my wife and I just had a conversation about this this morning. And, I guess because I'm trying to build my Facebook site, and she was like, well, do you have any plans to, if Facebook shuts down, what are you going to do? As far as are you trying to build your email list as well, which is smart, and, I'm trying, actually we are leading people to landing pages and all that stuff. So actually, I still am trying to build a list, but a lot of people aren't focusing on email anymore. They're saying email is dead. And I think I actually ended up getting into Tai Lopez. Can you hear me now? Is it good?
Yeah, I lost you for a second. You're okay. Yeah. You ended up getting into what with Tai?
Oh, I said actually I guess it leads from one step to the next. So actually how I got into the social media side, well, actually in his program, was the fact that I got an email from him. He was running a discount and a special. And I was like, this is pretty interesting, because Tai, you're everywhere. And it's like, why are you in my how are you getting in my my email as well? It's like, why are you still sending emails? It's like, man, you're on Facebook, you're on YouTube, you're on Instagram, you're on Snapchat. Yeah. It's like, and you're still sending emails.
I just got it, and it's brilliant. It's so wonderfully brilliant. I just got, I went to 10X in February. Like I said, that's where I saw Tai for the first time. And I also saw Russell Brunson there with ClickFunnels, and bought his special that he was running that day. So we bought into ClickFunnels, and I kind of bought into Tai's program at the 10X conference with Grant Cardone. And last week, I think it was, Russell Brunson just launched his "Let me teach you how to be a public speaker" product, whatever. And boy, I can't tell you how quickly I gave that man $297. I'm like, click, 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 take my money. Because, you see the value, and it's developing that relationship. I'll give you a tip though, Mike. If you decide you're going to start doing email marketing for your, as an add-on to your social media business, or anybody out there that's watching. So here's my little trick for sales, because I've had a lot of sales experience now, 4.5 years in. Again, I've been the only salesperson for 4.5 years. people don't want to buy email marketing because they don't think they need it. Like you said, well, nobody's looking at email marketing. So here's always my favorite question. Like when I'm like, what we need to do is we need to build your email list. We need to be doing social posting or campaigns that lead to email capture. And then we need to take your emails and send them regular emails once a month or whatever. And we can do that. And they're like, I hate those things. I don't ever read those things. Nobody looks at those. I don't know anybody who looks at those. There's like 800 excuses, right? My question is always, so you just get them and you unsubscribe right away? And the answer is almost always no, because no one unsubscribes. What do? You read the subject line and you go, I don't want to open that, and you delete it. And I'm like, email marketing is not about just how many people, like your open rates are not going to be huge. It's about top of mind awareness. So every time you send an email, that person has to look at it, see your name, and make a conscious choice whether or not they want to delete or unsubscribe or open up your email. And I've had clients that have been on my email list for years that have never exhibited any interest. And then all of a sudden something changes in their lives. Their marketing person quit or something. And they're like, Anavia's email came in at exactly the right moment when I needed it. And I didn't need it 6 months ago. And now I need it. And so then I call and now I have a client. And I'm like, why is everybody ignoring this? It's a direct line. So that's what I always say is and when you ask a prospect who is trying to debate with you whether or not they unsubscribe, like I said, they're going to say no. And then you're like, okay, my second follow-up is, how many emails do you have in your inbox right now? So I usually have maybe 10 to 20 because I'm one of those horrible type A personalities. It's it has to be clean. But most people, thousands of emails in their inbox because they don't ever delete them. So they don't unsubscribe and they don't delete. And then when they're scrolling through trying to find the email that their team member sent them, how many times do they see your name pop up because they keep getting your emails and they're not? It's just top of mind awareness. So anyway, if you're trying to sell email marketing, that's that's the reverse psychology or the flip question. You don't want it? How often do you unsubscribe? Anyway.
That is true, because I have maybe 5,000-6,000 emails right now in my inbox. So it's and then I constantly scroll through them. So it's kind of like you were saying, it's branding really, because the more contact people see, or the more times they see your name, more time they see your agency name, more time they see your business. It's kind of it's branding, branding yourself.